All those in favor? Thank you. And just for the public record, just to let everyone know that when we do public meetings, we bring down the staff first to do a staff presentation. Then we have the agent come down and do their presentation. And at that time, I will ask the public to come down if they wish to speak. We do have some registered speakers, but other than that, you're more than welcome to come down. So just to give you a bit of the process so you don't get lost in the shuffle. So, declaration of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. This is of the special planning workshop on May the 10th. Councillor Farr, Councillor Collins, all those in favor? I also need a motion to approve the minutes of May 17th, 2016. Councillor Collins, Councillor Conley, all those in favor? Thank you. Delegation requests. Members of the committee added items 4.1 and 4.2 are delegation requests wishing to address the committee at today's meeting respecting the added Municipal Heritage Committee 16-005. May I have a motion, please, to approve those delegation requests? Councillor Farr, Councillor Pearson. And just in keeping with our process, do you want to wait until 8.3 to hear from those delegates while we're listening to the presentation for that report? Yes? Okay, so we'll do that. Consent items, there are none, so we'll get right into the public hearing. Applications to amend the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and the City of Hamilton Zoning Bylaws number 6593 and 05200 for lands located at 1 Redfern Avenue in Hamilton, PED 1124. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person body does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and zoning bylaw amendments, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the person and or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the unless, in the opinion of the board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. Before we begin, I just want to see if there is anyone here to speak to 6.1 Redfern, other than the agent. Anyone here? Thank you. So we don't have anyone at the moment. I need a motion to waive the staff presentation. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Pasuta, all those in favor? Thank you. Matt Johnston of Urban Solutions, representing the applicant, is in attendance and wishes to make a presentation. Do you want to just see what the approval is, or do you want to make a presentation? Okay, come on down.
Good morning, members of the committee, staff, and the public. My name is Matt Johnston, a registered professional planner with Urban Solutions. First thing I'd like to do this morning is thank you for the time. One order of housekeeping. The applicant name on the application form has evolved over time, and now the owner and applicant is Scenic Trails Limited, which is a coming together of sorts for Starwood Homes, the initial proponent. Representing Starwood Homes, Mr. Ward Campbell, Mr. Brandon Campbell, and the second half of that partnership is the Effort Trust Company.
Just to be clear, Matt, Starwood Homes is initially put on here as the applicant, the owner. So you're asking that we include Effort Trust or that we eliminate Starwood?
The ownership on title has changed from Starwood Homes Scenic 2012 Limited to Scenic Trails Limited, which is a partnership company formed by Starwood Homes and Effort Trust Company.
Okay, staff?
more for information purposes than anything else.
No, that's good, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The project team was led by Ms. Terry Johns of T. Johns Consulting, also joining us in the audience today. Rounding out the project team included A.J. Clark on an engineering perspective, Humphreys architecture, and of course Urban Solutions doing the land use planning. Subject property is located at the southwest corner of Redfern and Sanatorium, approximately 2 3/4 acres in size. Former parcel declared surplus from the Shidok Hospital campus. The proposal before us today is for a 4-story, 144-unit multiple residential building served by 228 parking spaces. Just over a majority of those units will be 2-bedroom. And briefly see some of the elevations on the slide now. So this would be your perspective looking at from the corner of Sanatorium and Redfern. Another version of the south elevation. The planning process for this property began when the lands were declared surplus. That led to the passing of official plan number 228 back in 2012 that set the framework for a 4-story, 80-unit multiple residential building. While Starwood began advancing the project, the need for additional units to reflect the marketplace was identified. We first approached the public with an information meeting housed over at St. Andrew's Church. We had about 15 to 20 residents out, and shortly thereafter the applications were filed in April of last year, leading up to today's statutory public meeting. Of course, we participated in formal consultation. The application was supported by a planning justification report, urban design brief, functional service report, heritage impact assessment, traffic impact study, and archaeological assessment. Another key component to the application process, in addition to the information meeting we had at the onset of the process, we did also include what we call a microsite for public consultation purposes, where all of our complete application materials were posted on the website. That website was also updated as we moved through the process to bring forward up-to-date drawings, the notice of public meeting, copies of the staff report were also published here. In the end, we had over 750 visitors to the site and 700 document downloads. Again, in the proponents' effort to engage with the public, we took this extra step, and I think it was quite beneficial. Many of the concerns raised in the initial information meeting and some of the material you see in the staff report relate to construction. In terms of construction, what we've been able to relate to the residents is that this mid-rise construction will be really self-contained. All construction staging will occur on site, minimizing the disruption to existing residents in the immediate area. Traffic was also an issue raised by a number of residents, and our traffic impact study confirmed that the increase associated from 80 to 144 units results in only a 1.5% increase to the AM and PM peak traffic. Parking was also identified. It's important to understand in this application we actually have 49 surplus parking spaces in addition to the bylaw minimum for a total of 228 spaces. And just a general concern over the increase in density, and again, what we've been able to do here is accommodate that density in the initial built form that was established, and we've been able to demonstrate no adverse impacts with that density. This has been a fairly complicated bylaw for a simple increase in unit count. You'll see a number of site-specific modifications in the draft bylaw. Most of those revisions and site-specific requirements are actually enhancements to the bylaw to introduce urban design requirements, pulling the building closer to the street, other provisions along those lines. At this time, I would like to draw your attention to a particular issue that we need to request a modification to you, the committee, this morning, that's not included in the bylaw. And unfortunately, through the process, it was determined after the bylaw was finalized for staff report purposes that the parapets that you see, and those parapets are these decorative features at the roof edge, were thought to be permitted to encroach into a bylaw required setback, but we just got the confirmation from zoning staff that unfortunately those parapets don't quite qualify. So we do have a bylaw provision that allows for pilasters, ornamental projections to encroach, and my request to you this morning is that we have staff include one extra provision to allocate the parapets to also encroach. So there's the extent of the encroachment is the same, the 0.5 and 0.1, or sorry, the 0.5 and 1.0 meters. We're not looking to modify the extent of the projection. Just out of an abundance of caution, we'd like to make sure that the parapet encroachment is considered under that regulation. Again, it's been quite a bit of back and forth with Robert Clackett. We appreciate his hard work. He was very diligent in it all. This modification doesn't reflect a true breakdown in communication, but it's just out of an abundance of caution. So if I could ask committee support in this request, that would be much appreciated. Again, the intent of that section is to allow for decorative features, and I think this parapet is in keeping with that, the regulation's intent. And finally, overall, we're talking about an increase of 80 to 144 units. It represents an appropriate form of intensification that's consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the growth plan, and meets the general goals and objectives of the Urban Hamilton official plan. Again, I'd like to thank staff for their hard work in the application, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And just to clarify, some of the changes that you're looking for is the parapets. That's the only change you're asking for from this report.
That's correct.
So the townhouses, stacked townhouses, is not going to be built, so it would just be a multi-use building?
That's correct.
Okay, so are you asking to permit stacked townhouses to be removed?
No, my request is, so the bylaw that's contained in the staff report we're pleased with, if we can have this extra modification accepted.
Okay, thank you. So any questions for this presenter? Councillor Farr.
Slide 11. So Matt, making your projecting parapets is the only, they're just reiterated, and you feel a quick amending motion can solve that here today?
That's correct. If we can have the bylaw revised to reflect the inclusion of parapets in this encroachment provision in the bylaw, that would satisfy us.
Happy to move that, but I'll at the appropriate time ask if staff are okay with it, and obviously the ward councillor has arrived and we'll hear his thoughts, but it sounds rather minor.
Thank you. Councillor Conley.
I'm just curious, we went from 80 to 144. Is that on the same footprint? You just went higher, or what? How did that increase happen? Through the chair, please.
Thank you. Matt?
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor. The initial official plan amendment, OPA 228, established a 4-story 80-unit building. It also prescribed specific setbacks to the west and southerly property lines. You can see we've got in excess of, I believe, 50 meters to the west property line, and the setback to the south property line all account for that initial decision that created that framework. So our built envelope is the same. We're just increasing the unit count from 80 to 144, and we're maintaining the 4-story height.
You, Councillor?
I'm still not clear. You had 80 and it was a 4-story, but you're making it 144 4-story. To get those extra ones in?
I
get clarification.
Yeah. At the time that the 80 units was established, a detailed design was not in place. Since that time, they've been able to advance a building that's market rule that meets their needs, and it's really a reflection of unit sizes and the setbacks that were created through that initial approval continue to be maintained.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for the presenter? Seeing none, receive please. Councillor Farr, Councillor Skelly, all those in favor? Carried. Questions to staff? Thank you, Matt. Questions to staff? Councillor Farr.
Just one through you, Chair, to Director Robichaud on slide 11. Thank you, Matt. Matt and I had an opportunity very briefly prior to the meeting to talk about this projecting parapet encroachment, almost like a non-issue. I don't want to call it an issue. Your thoughts on an amendment here today?
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the Councillor, I have no concerns or objections to the proposed amendment. It just provides for clarification whether that parapet is an ornamental projection or not. In my mind it is, but just for the purposes of clarification to avoid any issues at the site plan or building permit stage, I have no concerns with revising the bylaw to incorporate that additional wording.
Councillor Farr.
I would be prepared to move that at the
Thank
appropriate
you.
time.
Any other questions? Councillor Pearson, can you please take the chair? I just have one question, actually a couple. Through you to Robert, this bylaw or the approval is actually to permit stacked townhouses and multiple dwellings. The plan that we're seeing in front of us is a multi-use building, or a multi-level building, but no stacked townhouses. Is this going to cause a commotion later on down the road when they want to put some stacked townhouses in the parking lot?
Through you, Chair, the amending bylaw only sets out multiple dwellings, so that there aren't any towns being permitted.
But when you read a recommendation, it is to permit stacked townhouses and multiple dwellings within the medium density residential 3 designation. That's right at the front page.
Chair to the councillor, that's for the official plan amendment, and I think Mr. Johnson alluded to a previous official plan amendment that was approved, so it's really just carrying over the exact wording that was approved through that original official plan amendment. And as Mr. Clackett has indicated, multiple dwellings are the only permitted uses within the zoning bylaw.
Okay.
So if they were to come back, they would need to do a zoning bylaw amendment for any, like you mentioned, having it in the parking lot. If they were reduced parking, they would have to come through a zoning bylaw amendment to address any deficiencies.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, and I'll take the chair back. Going back to, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to, it's got nothing to do with this item itself. It has to do with the review of our comprehensive zoning bylaw going forward. Have we included this as far as parapets, etc., in the review so that when we do the new bylaw, we make sure we capture this information?
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the Councillor. The new zone bylaw 5200 is a little bit more generic and flexible in the regulations to avoid these sort of situations. The other bylaws, they're 50, 60 years old and they've been amended multiple times and are very, very specific. So we are trying to make sure that through the 5200 process that we make the bylaw, provide certainty and clarity and has the appropriate amount of regulations. It avoids these sort of situations that trigger these additional variances that are often required at a site plan or a building permit stage and delay, people moving forward with their projects.
Councillor? Okay, thank you. And I'm going to go back to Councillor Farr for an amendment, please. Oh, sorry. Councillor Whitehead, who is the ward councillor but not a member of this committee, wishes to speak. It's in your ward.
I'm not asking any questions, so if I had allowed you to just make some comments.
Sure, after we do the amendment.
Sure,
do you mind? Thank you. Councillor Farr.
I don't have a seconder, but it's right there on the screen. Seconded by Councillor Pearson, and it's the amendment to allow the projecting parapets encroachment.
Okay, thank you. The amendment's on the floor. All those in favor? Any questions? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. So now I need a motion to put the 6.2 actually, or 6.1 on the floor. So if you don't mind, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Farr as amended, and comments or questions. Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the committee for asking the questions and understanding this development. I can tell you that change is always a bit tough for a neighborhood who presumed that they had green space across the street. We had to sort of overcome that hurdle by educating the community that these lands were for development. And Starwood, the developer, has done a great job in working open houses and certainly meeting with the community and addressing their concerns. This particular project is just down from a development they did on Redford and a little further towards Shidok Arena. I can tell you that this is a throne stone from 600 units that will be built on the mountain brow. I can tell you that this location will not drive a lot of traffic on Redfern because the direct access will be sanatorium and probably scenic. And it is fitting. If you take a look, there's a lot of institutional buildings in behind, and across the street you have Columbia International College with 2 student residences on Sanatorium. So yes, when I originally met with the community, there was some concerns about the density, to be honest with you. But I think there's a begrudgingly acceptance that with places to grow and that we need to place these where it makes sense. And this density, the style of the building is very complementary to the area, and it's a credit to the planner and the builder. So I certainly wholeheartedly support this proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Madam Deputy Mayor, thank you. Or Madam Chair, I'd like to congratulate Councillor Whitehead, because normally they're contentious issues that we have before us. And I know it's been a tremendous amount of work for him on this application and in this whole area, so I commend him. Thank you.
Thank you. And I am remiss not to close the public meeting, so I'd like to table that motion just for a minute so we can close the public meeting, seeing that there's no one here from the public wishing to speak. So a motion to close the public meeting, please. Councillor Collins, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor. Thank you. We now have a motion on the floor as amended regarding the staff report. And it's moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Thank you. So now we're on to 6.2. This is this proposed zoning bylaw amendment, ZAC 15-36, draft plan for condominium common element 25C-DM and -201510 for property located at 271 Beach Boulevard, Hamilton, PED 16115 in Ward 5. Please raise your hands if you are in the public and wish to speak to this. Thank you. So we have some people here. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of condominium common element, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, unless, in the opinion of the board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So we have written comments, 6-I, II, III, all the way down to XI. May I have a motion to receive the written comments, please? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Conley, all those, or Collins, all those in favor? Thank you. So we do have people that are coming forward, so we'd like to hear from the staff presentation. I invite Cam Thomas to the podium for his presentation, please. Oh, he's here. Good morning, Cam.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Committee, and ladies and gentlemen. This is an application for a zoning bylaw amendment and a draft plan of condominium for common elements for property located at 271 Beach Boulevard by W.E. Outred and Associates on behalf of Coastal Land Development Corporation. The property comprises 0.27 hectares and is occupied by a single detached dwelling that was constructed around 1906. The property is one of the largest lots on this section of the beach neighborhood. It's also characterized by mature vegetation both along the street and throughout the site. The property is within an area that is occupied primarily by single detached dwellings, which have a range of dwelling sizes, lot sizes, and setbacks. The original proposal submitted in August 2015 was for the removal of the existing dwelling and the creation of 8 dwelling units along a central T-shaped condominium road consisting of 2 semi-detached dwellings and 2 back-to-back type dwellings. These are the back-to-back dwellings here. This is the common element road, and these are the semi-detached dwellings. And this is the waterfront trail along here. This proposal was revised to address issues that were raised concerning over-intensification as well as drainage, to include the retention of the existing dwelling and the inclusion of 2 semi-detached dwellings. The dwellings would be 2 stories or 11 meters in height, and they would be located just off the waterfront trail, towards the easterly part of the site. The condominium road was also modified to an L-shaped road with 2 lay-by visitors parking spaces. See that right here? These are the semis, and here's the existing relocated dwelling. For the proposed draft plan of condominium, which is here, the individual lots known as parcels of tied land or POTLs would be created through the consent process. The proposal would allow for suitably sized lots consisting of 4 semi-detached dwelling units that would have frontage in the range of 7 to 8 meters along the condominium road, 24 meters of lot depth, and the relocated single detached dwelling would have 13 meters of frontage and approximately 25 meters of lot depth. Show some photos of the property. Oh, sorry, these are the elevation plans. It's a contemporary West Coast design. Here's an aerial view of the property. The view from across the road, seeing the vegetation along the front of the property. This is a more close-up view of the existing dwelling. This is a view of the property looking north along Beach Boulevard. This is a view from the waterfront trail. And this is a view looking north along the waterfront trail. And this is the adjacent dwelling to the south at 267 Beach Boulevard. So the proposal was reviewed in terms of the UHOP policies with respect to neighborhoods in which it would fall under the low-density residential category. In particular, the proposal would provide for development that would conform to the permitted low-density housing forms, and would provide density of 23 units per hectare, which is within the range for low-density development. The proposal was reviewed against a number of policy themes, and the main ones are residential intensification, urban design, and built heritage. With respect to compatibility, which is one of the main criteria for residential intensification, it is noted that the property would be within an area that is characterized by a range of lot sizes and dwelling sizes, as well as setbacks, which are between 0 meters to more than 50 meters from Beach Boulevard. Some of the dwellings front directly onto Beach Boulevard, while some are closer to the waterfront trail. The proposed building height would be consistent with other taller dwellings within the beach neighborhood. The proposal would not contribute to incompatibility issues such as overview, overshadow, noise, or lighting with respect to the adjacent dwellings. Now, concerning urban design, the proposal would provide a building design that would fit into the existing neighborhood context and which would complement existing dwellings. The proposed semi-detached dwellings would have a contemporary West Coast design that would be appropriate for the beach strip. The dwellings would have a high-quality design with materials, coloration, and design elements that would be consistent with other newer dwellings within this area. With respect to cultural heritage landscapes and built heritage, an extensive review of the existing dwelling was undertaken through a cultural heritage impact assessment. Property is outside of the Beach Neighborhood Conservation District, which is towards the northerly end of the beach neighborhood. And it's also not designated or listed under the Heritage Act or under the city's local criteria. The retention of the dwelling is important locally because it contributes to the cultural heritage landscape of the beach neighborhood. The policy review also includes the beach neighborhood plan, which has designated the property single and double residential. And this permits 1 and 2 family dwellings with densities of between 18 to 30 units per hectare and building heights of up to 2.5 stories. Concerns were provided from neighbors through the submission of 17 letters and emails, as well as a signed petition with approximately 137 signatures. This correspondence was provided with respect to the original proposal and spoke to issues such as over-intensification, the removal of an historic dwelling, loss of intended character, concerns that the property should be designated under the Heritage Act, increased traffic, degradation of the area, parking, traffic concerns, and building height. Staff have addressed these concerns in the staff report. In particular, over-intensification and the loss of neighborhood character are particularly important to the residents of the beach neighborhood. With respect to over-intensification, staff are of the opinion that the proposal represents a modest form of intensification that would maintain the character of the area. It would be compatible with existing development and would allow for adequate storm drainage. As noted, the proposal is one of the largest lots south of the former Dines Tavern, and it's felt that it can support the proposed private road and individual condominium lots. Semi-detached dwellings are also permitted use in the UHOP for low density and in the beach neighborhood plan. Regarding neighborhood character, the character of the beach neighborhood has been observed as being diverse in terms of the size, style, design, and age of the dwellings, and also with respect to lot sizes and setbacks. Staff are of the opinion that the retention of the dwelling would contribute to the character of the neighborhood, and the proposed semi-detached dwellings, which would be less visible from Beach Boulevard, would also contribute to good design within the neighborhood, particularly from the waterfront trail. The development would maintain the design elements and materials in use within the neighborhood and would be developed to a very high standard. The original concern with the removal of the dwelling would not apply to the current proposal, which would maintain the dwelling in a more prominent location on the property. Other issues that were examined in the proposal include the dynamic beach erosion hazard, which is a requirement of the Hamilton Conservation Authority, tree protection and landscaping, and stormwater management. The erosion hazard was identified in the revised proposal and applies to the rear yards. It's been included in the applicant's amending zoning and basically restricts development within this area and is to the satisfaction now of the Conservation Authority. And the erosion hazard line is up in this area, so there would be no development beyond that point. The matter of tree management was examined through the submission of the applicant's arborist report, tree protection plan, and landscaping plan to address tree removal that is required for over 20 centimeter trees. In particular, the removal of existing trees would be subject to compensation for 34 trees that would be removed. And this would include 19 new trees and cash in lieu for 8 trees. And this is the landscaping plan that is proposed. Stormwater management was examined through a revised functional servicing report. There is an overcapacity issue for the storm sewer on Beach Boulevard that requires the use of alternative methods. The applicant's revised proposal addresses this requirement through an on-site stormwater management system, which consists of individual dry wells for each of the units, an infiltration trench along the northerly side property line, and permeable pavers for the condominium road and the driveways. This system would be maintained by the condominium corporation and is to the satisfaction of the city engineering department. Staff support the proposal through a modified R-4, which is small lot single family dwelling district, which changes it from the C/S1435 district. This provides specific provisions for the development, which recognizes the condominium road as a public street for determining lot frontage, and the requirements for a visual barrier along the northerly and southerly property lines to minimize impacts such as lighting or vehicular activity for adjacent properties. The modified R-4 district would also include special provisions for the retained single detached dwelling and the proposed semi-detached dwelling, as noted in Appendix B of the report. Special provisions for single detached dwellings address requirements for minimum front yard, lot width, lot areas, and side yard setbacks. Special provisions for semi-detached dwellings would address minimum front yard, side yard, rear yard, lot width, lot area, maneuvering, and also include the beach erosion hazard limit line. In addition, a holding provision is recommended to be in place until a site plan has been approved that would address the relocated dwelling on the property. The recommended conditions for the draft plan of common element condominium are noted in Appendix C of the report. These conditions include requirements for the development of the condominium for mail, telecommunications, and gas easements that were identified through the circulation. A condition for a development agreement is also required to address legal interests of the city for tenure. The condominium corporation is responsible for the provision and maintenance of landscaping, all stormwater management facilities, fencing, and the maintenance of the common element road and visitors parking spaces. Finally, the site plan approval would be required to allow for a detailed review of the development with respect to approved zoning, grading, stormwater management, landscaping, access, parking, fencing, and building design. In conclusion, the applications for the rezoning and the draft plan of common element condominium are being supported as they are consistent with the PPS, conform to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, and comply with the Urban Hamilton official plan. The proposal is considered to be compatible with existing development in this area and represents good planning by providing a compact, low-density form that would fit into the beach neighborhood, and which would not compromise the character of this area. I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Cam. Any questions for the presenter? Thank you, Councillor Collins.
Yeah, I just have two quick questions, and I'm aware of the answers, but I wanted the answers to be in front of the committee because I'll raise these points later in the meeting. And Cam, if I could just have you in particular raise the variances again. I know you rhymed them off there, and they are included in the report, and you characterize them as special provisions. If I could just have you relist those.
Certainly. Through you, Madam Chair. There are two provisions that address the entire site. These are to recognize the condominium road as a public road, and a second one is for the requirements for a visual barrier to minimize impacts. And then there are special provisions that are included that are specific to the housing forms, which are the semis and the singles. For the single detached dwellings, there are special requirements for front yard, reduced front yard, lot width, lot area, and side yards. For the semis, there are special provisions for the front yard, side yard, rear yard, lot width, lot area, maneuvering, and to address the special requirements for the rear yard with the beach hazard.
Councillor?
Thank you for that. It's a very comprehensive list. Second issue I would ask, and it's a very general one, and maybe Cam isn't in a position to answer this because he hasn't charged or has facilitated past applications on the beach, but my question would be a general one to planning staff. Maybe it's more appropriate for Mr. Robichaud or someone else. And it is, how many single-family homes have been developed into residential, single-family lots have been developed into multi-residential developments like the one we have here today? Are we aware of any?
Cam, do you want to defer?
I would like to defer that one.
Thank you. I thought you would. Steve?
Through you, Madam Chairman, within the beach area,
Yeah.
I believe that there's been situations where people have assembled some properties and they've redeveloped them to do some street townhouse development. I'm thinking at the far end of the beach closer to the canal, there's a couple of townhouse developments there. And then there was, I think, the Dunns development. But those are the only sort of proposals where the properties have been assembled and then comprehensively redeveloped. In terms of this form of development, this would be the first of its kind within the beach neighborhood area that I'm not aware of any other developments that have happened in this form or fashion along the beach area.
Councillor?
Thank you for that, Madam Chairman. Those are my questions.
Thank you. And Councillor Pearson, if you could take the chair, please. Through you, Councillor, I'd like to ask him, when I look at a recommendation, there's some mention of conservation hazard land. And then it's sort of, I really can't pick out where Appendix A that it refers to this hazard land. So my question to you is, this is similar to one I've asked before. First of all, if you don't mind, through you, Councillor, can we turn it back to where the hazard land setback? There it is. So, who designated as conservation hazard? Is it under the Hamilton Conservation Authority or the MNR?
Through you, Madam Chair, it would be lands that would still be under the ownership of the future owners. However, it's a requirement of the Conservation Authority so that those lands remain undeveloped because of the sensitivity of the feature called an erosion beach hazard, which would basically prohibit development like sheds or play equipment within the backyard.
Okay, thank you for that. So if it's the Hamilton Conservation Authority that has deemed it as a conservation hazard, where are their comments in the report so that we can see they in fact did write this and say it was approved and et cetera, et cetera? I couldn't find it.
If I can assist, the reference, the Hamilton Conservation Authority comments are found on page 26 and 27 of the staff report.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, and through you to Steve or Cam. When we see something that the Hamilton Conservation Authority deemed at one time hazard land and now is saying everything is hunky-dory as long as you follow these steps, can we not include the actual correspondence for that place? Because I think that would add some more clarity to the comments that you've just made. So through you, Chair, to Cam, when I look at the hazard line and it goes straight across and you're saying that there's going to be no development on there, is not your back patio considered development to be put into that area? And landscaping and all the things that come with home ownership?
Through you, Madam Chair, there was an adjustment from this feature to include the area that appears as the deck or steps. And if you turn to both appendices, the schedule, the last schedule in each of the zoning maps identifies the changes. And so this area would actually be under what's called a P5 zone, and there's a special bylaw that addresses that.
Okay, thank you. So Cam, through you, Chair, Cam, I'm moving in. I understand it's condo. There are some rules that apply, but there are also some within our own building bylaw that allows you to build a deck on without getting a permit, allows you to put a shed out the back without a permit. So how are we going to ensure that this doesn't happen here?
It's likely will be dealt with through the site plan approval process in terms of the undertaking, so that there would be, through purchase and sale agreements, there would be warning clauses that would be presented so that people would know. Okay, so we all know what happens to those sometimes. And did I hear properly that one of the variances is to turn the road that turns off from Beach Boulevard towards the lake? That's going to be a public road or a condominium road? It's essentially, through you, Madam Chair, it's a condominium road, but for the purposes of establishing the frontages for the semi-detached dwellings in setbacks, it's deemed to be public, just for zoning purposes. So it's deemed public, so therefore our public works are allowed to go in and plow and do all the things that they normally do on a public road? Through you, Madam Chair, that's not really the intent. It's really a zoning tool for establishing. It's essentially a private road.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Chair, to staff, Cam, I'm just going to ask this as a broader question. I have tons of condominiums in my ward, as you know, and one of the biggest complaints is that they have to pay for their own road maintenance and road plowing, the whole bit. So if this is going to be deemed as a public road, just for intents and purposes, but then as it turns out, if Public Works were to look up the zoning or to look up the ownership, it's going to be shown as public. So is there going to be some confusion with this?
Through the chair to the councillor, as Mr. Thomas has indicated, this is strictly for zoning purposes only, so that public road would never be, it's not dedicated to the city in any way, shape, or form. It would be maintained by the condo corporation. So part of the application is to establish common element condo. That road would be maintained and plowed through paid for by the residents and through the condo corporation.
Okay, thank you. And Cam, through you, Chair, was there any concern about turning around? I mean, usually a hammerhead, a cul-de-sac or something is there to allow larger vehicles to turn around. I don't see it this way. I can see it looking like a jam at the end of the day.
Through you, Madam Chair, the site doesn't really provide the space for the hammerhead, and with the requirement for the stormwater management infiltration trench, the design, I think, provides for a wide enough road that would allow for cars to essentially maneuver properly so they could exit in a forward manner.
So through you to Cam, I know that when we dwindle these things down, we often ask Public Works for their comments, and usually they say, okay, yeah, we can pick up their garbage. Well, have we determined that at this point?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we have. It's part of the condominium discussion, and essentially it would be at curbside.
Would be at curbside. So my last question is, and I guess maybe I still have the blob hearing in my head, the property line for this, for the existing home, can you please use your laser and show me where the property line will start and stop from condominium to the existing? Or is the existing going to be part of the condominium?
This would be the approximate configuration of the single detached dwelling. Actually see it as shown as part 1 on the condominium plan.
So the dotted line or the solid line? Is the solid line actually coming out on a curve?
This is the dwelling, and this
Right.
is the entire revised property for the owner of this dwelling.
Okay, so through you, Chair, to Steve. Steve, this property line, know as well as I do, unless it's a straight line and it abuts up to something, or it's very clear, this line, this curvature line, really confusing for me.
I will try to assist the Chairman. So parts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which will be the residential units, will be owned freehold. Part 6 and 7 will form the condominium corporation element. Part 7, which is sort of that long rectangle, is sort of a stormwater management facility. And Part 6 will essentially be the limits of the private driveway, and it'll be delineated with sort of where the asphalt ends and a curb, and then everything on the sort of inside of the curb as it relates to Part 1 will be the private property, and then Part 6, which will essentially be the driveway and associated maneuvering areas, will form the common element condominium corporation for the purposes of on-street parking, because there's 2 lay-by spots, and then access to those 4 semi-detached dwelling units.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
That's the way it's going to be established.
Thank you. Thank you. So through you, Chair, to Steve. So what I'm looking at is, in order to accommodate 2 visitors parking lots, we have to jut in on this property line so that we can create that curve at the end. That's what it looks like. Am I wrong?
That is correct. In order to accommodate the 2 lay-by areas and it would not have the driveway overly wide where it reaches Beach Boulevard, it's sort of following that geometric shape, yes.
Okay, those are my questions for now. I'll take back the chair. Thank you very much. Anyone else with questions at this point in time? Seeing none. Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to receive the staff presentation? Councillor Collins, Councillor Conley, all those in favor? Thank you. So now I would like to call down Arlene Beaumont of W.E. Outred. I hope I'm saying that right. Planning Consultants Limited, representing the owner, Coastal Land Developments, Inc., is in attendance and should the committee have any questions.
Good morning. My name is Arlene Beaumont. I'm with W.E. Outred and Associates, and we are the agents for Coastal Land Development. They are the owners of 271 Beach Boulevard. Excuse me. About a year ago, I read in the Toronto Star that Hamilton is the new real estate hotspot. So for everyone in this room, I offer my congratulations and my condolences. Congratulations, because it's always great when outsiders find out what you already know and that Hamilton is a great place to live. My condolences, because it's very difficult for planning staff, for city council, and for residents of neighborhoods to balance retention of the features that make a community vibrant and unique and livable with the prerogative, with the importance of accommodating growth. I believe that this proposal that we have before us does a great job in balancing both the retention of historic features and accommodating growth at the same time. What I'd like to do, first of all, is take you through the evolution of this plan. I know Cam sort of spoke about it briefly, but I'd like to just go over that again with you. So in June 2015, we applied for rezoning to permit 8 semi-detached dwellings. That was 4 pairs. That proposal required the demolition of the existing dwelling and all existing accessory structures. As part of our initial submission package, we did submit a heritage report, and that heritage report assessed the heritage value of the home and concluded that it was not worthy of designation under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. When Hamilton's heritage staff read the report, they agreed with that conclusion, as did the Hamilton Heritage Advisory Committee. So there's the original application, and Cam did go through that. So our application was deemed to be complete about mid-July, and the public notice sign went up in late July. Within a few days, Councillor Collins' office and the planning department had received phone calls from several members of the community. The concerns that they expressed about the proposal were largely related to the density and removal of the existing dwelling, which many felt should have been designated as a heritage home. In August and September, our team met with planning staff and the ward councillor to discuss the proposal. In addition, the developers personally canvassed the neighborhood one afternoon in August and spoke with approximately 30 people. They got signatures on a petition in favor of the 8-unit development, and only 2 people refused to sign that petition. However, our discussions with city staff were centered around reducing the number of proposed units. A plan to build only 6 units was briefly discussed. We flirted with that very briefly. This is a proposal. There would be 2 detached residences at the street line on fronting onto Hamilton. Fronting onto Beach Boulevard, and then the 4 semis across the rear of the site. But the developers had heard from the community that they were very attached to the existing single-family home, and there was a lot of sentimental value with respect to that home. And they got thinking about ways to retain that residence. And so our final plan came about, and that is the 5-unit proposal that you have before you today. So although that heritage, that existing dwelling really had no heritage value per se, the developers felt that it could be retained and could prove to be the focal point of this whole development. In order to accommodate the retained relocated dwelling, the number of detached units was reduced to 4 units in total. So that's this plan, and the driveway configuration changed a little bit, as did the design of the dwellings. Because we were now going to retain the existing building, the design of the semis was changed a little bit. I think it was going to be originally a bit more modern. Now we've gone with a more traditional seaside look to the units, and I'll show them to you in a moment. So this is the evolution of the plan from 8 down to 6, down to 4, plus retention of the existing home. Here is a rendering of a proposed exterior elevation for 2 of the units. Unfortunately, this unit isn't colored, but I did want to provide it to you to show that the second pair of semis will be similar, but will have unique architectural details. So both pairs will be a little bit different, but complementary to each other. This is a rear elevation. It gives you an idea of what the project will look like from the waterfront trail. Unfortunately, the architect has not yet prepared the plans for the retained relocated dwelling. This is a concept plan of sort of what they want it to look like. If you're familiar with the property, you'll know that it's very difficult to see the existing dwelling right now. It's set quite far back from the street, and there's a lot of overgrown vegetation that hide the dwelling. The whole idea is to move the existing dwelling forward on the lot, clear out a lot of that vegetation, and really make it a beautiful addition to the streetscape on Beach Boulevard. I won't spend too long on the rezoning. As Cam mentioned, we're going from CS 1435, which is urban protected residential, to R4S, which is small lot, single family detached, or small lot, single family dwelling with a holding provision that will be removed once we come to satisfactory arrangements for the site plan. The area of the lot that is located within the erosion hazard will be zone P5, which will prohibit any kind of development, sheds, gazebos, swimming pools. None of that would be permitted. And I think this may be helpful. This is the zoning map that shows the front of the property zoned R4S, and then the rear area, the area of the erosion hazard, which appears as sort of checkered, that would be the area that's zoned P5, no development permitted. In terms of the specific zoning provisions for the detached dwelling. The detached dwelling will have a lot width of 17 meters and a lot area of 600 square meters. The front yard setback will be 3.4 meters to the front, from the porch to the front property line, and 6.5 meters from the main wall to the front property line. Parking for 2 vehicles will be provided on a parking pad in the rear yard, and that parking pad will be set back a minimum of 1.5 meters from the south side lot line, and there will be vegetative screening there to screen the parking pad from the adjacent dwelling. The zoning provisions for the semi-detached dwellings. Semi-detached dwellings will have a lot width of 11.1 meters minimum and a lot area of 376 meters minimum per pair of semis. Front yard setback will be 5 meters to the dwelling and 6 meters to the attached garage. Side yard will be 1.7 meters to the abutting single-family dwelling, so the lots on either side will have a 1.7 meter setback and 1.2 meters between the pair of semis. And rear yards will be 7 meters with the deck encroachment into the rear yard. With respect to the erosion hazard, the rear decks will have a 0-meter setback to the erosion hazard. And we have discussed those stairs, and the developers are quite willing to integrate the stairs into the deck so that they don't encroach into the erosion hazard. Each semi-detached will have one parking in the garage and one parking on the driveway, and there will be 2 visitor parking on a lay-by on the common element and roadway. Units will be 11 meters in height or less, which is the maximum permitted in the bylaw. I did want to mention stormwater management. We understand that the Beach Boulevard storm sewer is at or over capacity. All stormwater here will be managed on site. The developers are planning bioswales, dry wells, and permeable pavers. City of Hamilton engineering staff have approved the plan in principle, and the details will be worked out at the site plan stage. We all know that all development has to be measured against various municipal and provincial policies. And as Cam indicated, we believe that this proposal does meet the provincial policy statement, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Urban Hamilton official plan, and the Beach Boulevard plan. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on the policy side. I'd like to just sort of flip forward a little bit here because Cam did deal with it. So in terms of the Urban Hamilton official plan, it says that 40% of the residential intensification target is to occur within neighborhoods. Beach Boulevard is a neighborhood, and although neighborhoods are considered to be stable areas, they are not meant to be static, and changes compatible with the existing character or function of the neighborhood shall be permitted. With respect to the beach neighborhood plan, the goal of this plan is to ensure that the neighborhood is developed to retain the existing sense of community and low-rise character and to allow for compatible growth and provide for a variety of housing types. The subject property is designated single and double residential, and the densities for the single and double residential designation are from 18 to 30 dwelling units per hectare. Further, the Hamilton Beach Plan says that shape and configuration of new lots, as well as size and building setbacks, may be adjusted to reflect density and configuration of existing development in the immediate vicinity. Various house styles shall be encouraged. In terms of our plan, we believe, and planning agrees with us, that it contributes to meeting the intensification goals of the growth plan and the Urban Hamilton official plan. It is consistent with the density guidelines in the Hamilton Beach neighborhood plan. Our proposal works out to 23 units per hectare, which is right in the middle between 18 and 30. It will also contribute to revitalization of the beach neighborhood, and the proposal does not require an amendment to either the official plan or the neighborhood plan. We feel, and I've been down to the beach neighborhood many times, it is a very eclectic area with a variety of lot areas, lot frontages, setbacks, architectural styles, and materials. Development of 4 new semi-detached dwellings and retention and relocation of this existing dwelling is, we believe, a modest proposal for intensification that will set the standard for other developments in the neighborhood. The plan has been revised considerably from last year to take into consideration a lot of the concerns of the neighborhood community, the councillor, and planning staff. We've reduced the number of units, and the existing dwelling is now going to be retained and become a really beautiful focal point for the development and a great addition to Beach Boulevard. The proposal is consistent with the Urban Hamilton official plan and the Beach Boulevard neighborhood plan, and the zoning bylaw amendment is required to permit 1 detached and 4 semi-detached dwellings with provisions for lot area, lot width, and front yard setback. And And I would like to reiterate, because I think there's been a lot of confusion, this development, the only piece of the development that is condominium is that common element roadway and the bioswale. The lots and the houses on them will be freehold. Coastal Developments is committed to building beautiful homes that will fit seamlessly into the neighborhood and contribute to the revitalization of Beach Boulevard. I think I've exceeded my time, so thank you very much for your attention.
Actually, public hearings, but we don't hold a time factor to this, so thank you, Arlene. Any questions for the presenter? Motion to receive. Thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Pasuta, all those in favor? Carried. All right, so now I will invite the members of the public wishing to speak to the issue to the podium. And when you come down to the podium, please sign your name and address and introduce yourself before you begin. So, anyone here from the public wishing to speak? Come on down. Don't be shy. First come, first serve. And everyone notice, please, that the microphone is very, very flexible. Please bring it down to where we can hear you the best. Good morning. Move it down. Thank you. And your name?
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Kristen Ronald, and I live at 203 Beach Boulevard. And my lot is approximately the same size of the lot that you're going to they are proposing to redevelop. And my concern is, if you amend this proposal and let them go ahead, what's going to stop me? And then my neighbor is also here, the Caligaros, which have a lot the same size as mine, which is only about 2 doors from mine, 2 doors from them. What's going to stop them? It's just, so if you amend it, it's going to snowball down on the beach strip. So I could leave my beautiful house and build 4 behind my house, because I have that kind of room right now. So that's my biggest concern today, is that it will just snowball down on the beach strip. And we were always under the impression that our end of the beach was never going to be developed for condominiums or townhomes. It was always to stay residential, single dwellings. So that's my concern for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Just a sec. Any questions for Krista? Seeing none, thank you. We'll approve all the delegations at the end. Thank you, Krista, for taking the time. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Joel Hughes. I live at 267 Beach Boulevard. Oh, pull it up. All right. There we go. I have one question later concerning the public road, but my initial comment was concerning the same comment about the over-intensification in section 9E. Each of the proposed semi-detached buildings resides on a 50-foot lot. On the lake side of Beach Boulevard, from roughly Marie Ave, which is north of 271, through Van Wagner's, which is to the south, approximately 50% of the lots are 50 feet or wider, and 40% of the lots are 60 feet or wider. Further, this plan and the original effectively provides for splitting the lot front to back, which would eventually open the door for other multiple dwelling configurations on the remaining lots. So almost all the lots could be developed in some fashion in this multiple dwelling style. So I find it surprising that the plan suggests that these forms of development will not be replicated because other lots are not large enough. They clearly are. So I urge Council to turn this request down. Otherwise, this type of development will become the norm. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel.
And my one question about the public road. So technically it's zoned public, but considered private. What happens with public parking? Can the public be forced not to park there? Or can anyone park in that area? Because we have this issue with the townhouses at Dines. There's quite an overflow, and they're on the street, and I believe there's arrangements with the beach community to park there. So, and if anybody can park on that public road, then they could consume what's considered the visitors' parking and potentially the users' own parking spaces.
Okay, thank you, Joel. Your counselor has written that question down, and we'll ask staff at the end. Appreciate you taking the time. Please.
Hi, my name is Carol Hughes, and I live at 283 Beach Boulevard, and previous speaker is obviously my son. I live in a little bungalow that is to the north of the existing property, so to say there won't be any shadowing of my home from the proposed condos is ridiculous. I did submit a letter at the time, but it was not included, so I've rewritten something else and gave it to Cam today. But basically, my objections are just to the obvious aesthetic appearance of the beach as this happens, the increase in traffic. My driveway is approximately 10 feet from the entrance of the existing driveway, and I know just from other people parking there, it's very difficult to get in and out of, and that will be compounded and aggravated for me. The other thing that I'm concerned about in the report is, while it said that the builder will replace the trees, I would expect that they will be trees of a very mature state so that they will immediately enhance and contribute to the area and not be piddly little, beginner shrubs. So those are my comments at this
Thank you
point.
very much, Ms.
Thank
Hughes.
you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, please.
I'd just like to reinforce all of the above that was just mentioned before I got up here. And
Sir, can you just introduce yourself?
I'm Bill Smith, 129 Beach
Hi,
Boulevard.
Bill. Thank you.
I'm born in 1942 on the beach strip, and it sure is a changing situation ongoing, and a lot of it looks really great. But the condominium issue on the beach strip is really distasteful to most residents that I've spoken with, and I've spoken with a lot of them. The road, shoulder-to-shoulder things like the Dines, although it doesn't look too bad, it's distasteful for us down there who've lived there a long time. We don't like it. And to have another 4 plunked in along with a 5th resident on a lot that's supposed to be a single max semi lot, we were going to have 8, now we're only going to have 5 on one lot. I don't like that. That's just jamming them in for the sake of profit. Although she made a lovely presentation, for a great big corporation that's coming down to the beach strip to cash in on a golden opportunity. It's been undervalued for many, many years down there. And now suddenly the path went in, everybody has a look and says, holy cow, is that only this many dollars? Let's build 9 of them and make a fortune. Well, we don't like it. And I think I speak for most beach strip residents when I say that. It's enough for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. And Bill's fan club. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Michael Gagno from Beach Boulevard, 668 Beach Boulevard. I've been a resident for 42 years. I was also a long-standing member of the Hamilton Beach Preservation Committee and the Implementation Committee of the Neighborhood Plan. So I do thank the Planning Committee for doing what I'm going to say looks like a very thorough job in what they put together. And I know it's got to be tough for developers to come and buy a piece of property and think that this is going to be a wonderful change. I think the most important part is that we look at the plan that's in front of us and we ask ourselves one question about the historical section that's there. What I'd like to do is bring a little bit of that history back. And I think that's important so that we all get a better understanding as to what the Hamilton Beach residents and community has gone through. We saw an acquisition plan, which everyone around this table knows about. It was a hard-fought battle, both by the residents, city, and the Conservation Authority to come to what I'm going to call a compromise. And it's within that discussions of compromise that the people that live on the beach and are still there today realize, yes, compromise is important. And that's a discussion that we never want to take off the table, that it's important to have change. So at the Implementation Committee, There was definitely many, many hours spent, including with Mr. Eisenberger, who was part of that committee, to come up with a compromise that was good for a community that was going to stand the test of time, a community that now is still there today. The changes in compromise that the residents made at that time was for an influx of housing. It was for those townhouses that are put in place. But it was done very, very strategic, and it was done with a plan in mind that was going to be good both for the public of Hamilton to get access to the beach, and both for the residents and the rest of the community to be able to enjoy the space that they're now protecting. And so I don't want to lose sight of that in part of this conversation. In the implementation plan, when we discussed single residential plot, that's exactly what we meant. We meant that wherever there were single residences, we were going to maintain them if they were a house in good standing. If it was a house that unfortunately the health department or safety said that it needed to come down, those came down. The rest needed to get the time for the people to realize, okay, taxes are going to go up, we're going to get sewers, it's going to cost more to live there, and they started putting money in their homes. So to all of a sudden look at this plan, particularly right now we're talking a single place, that's the beginning of more. And that's the beginning of, I think, what is going to come out as a fight. So, and when I say a fight, I obviously mean it as a strategic battle in which, guess what? You need to look at the neighborhood plan again. That means you need to get all the people on the table that want to participate and be part of, and put together a neighborhood plan that's going to continue to stand the test of time. So I hope that is helpful, and I hope in making your decision, you can go in favor with our aldermen and our community and tell the developer, unfortunately, it ain't going to happen. Cheers.
Thank you, Mike. Can you just wait right there for just a second? Your counselor has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And Mike, that's a great synopsis of the history related to the process. So to be clear, for the members of the committee, the city and the Conservation Authority purchased a number of homes, dozens and dozens of homes in the late 70s and even into the early 80s. And the community at some point in time fought back through their elected representatives. And the city, this council, changed its desire to turn that neighborhood into a park and decided that it was going to be a productive neighborhood on a go-forward basis. And so left with 100 plus vacant lots. And you were tasked, and you were on your name's on the neighborhood plan as one of the participants, as is Jim. You. And through that neighborhood planning process, you designated certain areas in the neighborhood for multi-residential development, to be clear. And it was referenced by Bill, appropriately so, that some of those areas that were designated as multi-residential have now condominium, townhome developments on their lands. Andrin is one of them. The Dines with Branthaven development. And of course, closer to the canal, we have a small multi-residential development there. So I wanted to be clear that there was a statement that was made by the applicant's representatives that this is consistent with the neighborhood plan. I want you to be quite clear with your answer with me that, in fact, that this is not. Can I confirm that this is not consistent?
Not at all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh,
Thank you, Madam
was
Chair.
lots. Thank you very much, Mike. Next, please. Please introduce yourself. That's it.
Hi, my name is Lorraine Hughes. I live at 267 Beach Boulevard, which is right next door to development. First of all, there's a few questions. First of all, parking. There is one for the car in the garage, and there's one on the driveway, and there's two visitors parking. Most people don't use the garage for parking. It's storage. They'll use their parking driveway maybe for parking. That leaves really only one spot, one visitor. Most people have one or two visitors, maybe more, to have a party. And even with the townhouses down the way where they have parking, they've all overflowed into the side streets on Beach Boulevard and people on the side streets don't usually have parking. So they don't have a driveway to park the car in, and they usually park on the street. So these residents don't have anywhere to park the cars if the residents, if we intensify a single dwelling residence into multi-dwelling. That's one point. Second point is it's not complementary to the neighborhood. If you look at the houses in that general vicinity, it's single houses on nice lots with a lot of foliage, mature trees for families to grow and have kids running around. And this new development looks like it's in downtown Hamilton, downtown Toronto, where there's no green space and a lot of concrete. There on the Hanson's property, which is what we've always called it, on 271, there's a beautiful tulip tree, for instance. This tulip tree was planted about 10 years ago. It hasn't, and has been waiting for it to bloom tulips. It hasn't bloomed yet. And it'll be where they're going to move the house and build everything they're going to do. It's going to ruin the tulip tree. That's one thing that the other thing, other townhouses built on commercial zoning property. Okay. The other townhouses on the beach strip has been built on commercial property. So Dines was a commercial property. The ones on the Bayside was on commercial property. The ones down near Liftbridge was commercial property. This multi-dwelling residence will not be on commercial property. It's the first one of its kind on a residential property. I know it was said before, but I just want to reiterate that. Oh, and yes, this sets precedence for other homeowners to do the same thing. It's hard to, as a homeowner, to say, wow, I can take my property, build more townhouses, cash out, move to us. But this is a great neighborhood for families. I lived in Toronto, and I lived there for years, and I knew probably a handful of my neighbors in this community, Beach Boulevard, the beach strip, as most of us call it. It's a community of people that know each other. I know more people where I live now, and I've only lived here for about 9 years, than I do in my old neighborhood where I grew up. And it would change the whole neighborhood from how it looks to how people are. I like it how it is. I want it to stay where it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Morning, Scott.
Madam Chair,
You
Scott
can
Howley.
lift that right up so we can hear you. Yep, it's very flexible.
I'm Scott Howley. I'm at 16 Clare. It's one of the side streets in the beach strip. I've lived there all my life. Worked at the amusement park, the bowling alley, now at the lift bridge. So I've seen it all. Went through all the times where they tore all the houses down, seen the flooding, went through it all. It's kind of unique down there. If you go anywhere in the city of Hamilton, you go a quarter mile down the street anyway, you don't know anybody. On the beach strip, I know everybody from end to end. I interact with them on a constant basis. I talk to them on a constant basis anytime we're out, having an event at the rescue unit. We talk about things such as 271 Beach Boulevard, and the consensus completely is I haven't run into one person on the beach that is for it. Our consensus is we want one house on one lot. We're designated. We did our balance many years ago with the neighborhood plan, and our balance was we had high density in certain places, and we put this in the neighborhood plan. We want lower density is where we have it now. We don't want corporations coming in from out of town and changing that density on us. We want it to stay the way it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Scott, you forgot to mention that you also oversee the website for the beach community.
Yes, I do that too.
You do. No questions?
Hey, good morning, members of council. I hope you can hear me well. My name is Jim Howlett. I live at 1 Sierra Lane. Come from the water's edge this morning to address the president of its community council and the vice implementation committee, a rather long moniker. That committee's sole mandate, and the committee, to my knowledge, is still up and running, is to make sure be real difficulty. Some of us here have already mentioned it this morning. That plan, we did a lot of compromise, as Michael said, and we still don't have the plan. We're waiting. The 174 lots that the city owned on the beach strip haven't all been sold. This has taken a while. There's infrastructure to reclaim and great interest to City Hall and taxpayers and the development community. We would like to have that neighborhood plan implemented, and I know one of the difficulties that we had way back then in '92 was the province told us we had to have affordable housing. 25% of the community was supposed to be affordable housing. The spec that they gave us was an affordable house then was $147,000, which if you had that much money back then, you could have bought probably 3 or 4 beach properties. A condo sold the other day, well, I think 5 in a row, sold for $960,000 each. So the province has yet to, and the city has yet to, achieve affordable development of that neighborhood. And with my metaphors here, but the development community to many people on the beach are looking like fence posts at individual lots, saying what is the most we can get out of this. And I would suggest it is the first serious test of the zoning waters. Again, of paid supporters to dissuade us from our wishes to have the plan implemented. And there was that his brother-in-law was the BMOC at the OMB. So people are putting their toes in the waters legally on this, and it's not a comfortable feeling to be looked at like this down there when you're really just a bunch of working class people, mostly on the beach. That's what it was, just trying to raise your family and live kind of simple. We enjoy a swell of interest down there by people who are putting lots of dollars. Community, this is really important to us, and as the president of the community council, I'm here to say we have never, ever had anybody come out to the community council to say that issue was settled a very long time ago, and this issue in particular, 271 Beach Boulevard, is the first. The official plan. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jim. Just for the public record, BMOC.
Because
A different definition. We'll just scratch that out. Jim, your ward councilor would like to ask you some questions.
I think what you're hearing, Madam Chairman, just a little preamble, that there's a consistent theme here. There's a plan in place that the community hopes will be consistently followed as relates to the principles and the guidelines that are contained in that document. And Jim, you've lived there for a long time. Others presented before you. And I want to be clear that we've seen a lot of development on the beach, and you referenced how many lots were available. 80% of those have been sold. Has the community council or individuals that you're aware of proposed any of the developments to date, whether they be single-family homes? We heard the designated as a multi-residential, and when that plan was presented, the community council supported it.
Thank you. We've never resisted any of the proposed developments that have come along. I'm not aware of one. Not one.
Brant on the lakeside.
Brant Haven, I endorsed myself in the newspaper. request of the developers to come along to date and work with the objectives of the official plan.
And the condos you just referenced that were recently sold, referenced as commercial property, through on site, and when the community council and the adjacent neighbors were forced to make a decision through with a commercial tourism designation, that plan was as well.
Thank you, Jim.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
To be clear, with all of the development that we've seen, and we've seen well over 100 developments in total, a number of them none of them have made their way to the OMB to date.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Any other?
Thank you. Through the chair, Jim, what you just mentioned, the BMOC, Big Man on Campus at the OMB, that's obviously the statement, and it's concerning on the context of that, and was that just a flip comment, or were you serious?
Well, my hearing's a little bad these days, but I think I got the in all of us sitting around, much like a bullpen, people tossing back ideas, developers questioning why we would resist their plan when we kept coming back with the same reasons that we've all stated to you, that it didn't fit community character and things like that. They said, well, what would you do? How, basically, how far are you prepared to go to defend this? And then we said we would go to council, we would go wherever it the Ontario Municipal Board, and one to stay of term OMB, and the parting words were, I've got a brother-in-law who's a big lawyer at the OMB.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay, thank you, and thank you, Jim. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to them? I'm going to call 3 times, then we have to close the public meeting. Calling once. Anyone here to speak to 271 Beach Boulevard? Going twice. May I have a motion, please, to close the public meeting? Councillor Conley, Councillor Collins, all those in favor? Thank you. Right now, let me get down there. Okay, I need the motion on the table. So, Councillor Collins.
Madam Chairman, I would put the motion that the application for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment ZAC 15036 and draft plan of condominium common element 1510 for lands located at 271 Beach Boulevard denied as the character of the surrounding neighborhood for the list of variances, the long list of variances included in the staff that the established directed to retain outside planner and or council, and that the cost of the appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board be funded from the Hamilton Beach Reserve.
Thank you, and it's go ahead.
If I could, I first want to thank all of the residents who attended today, and as all of us know around this table, many people are working today, and so holding this meeting tonight, the community council
with people who are opposed to this project. So I want to thank those who have come out today. And I think we have a cross-section of residents.
We have those who've been there, as Mr. Smith, decades and decades. We have some, like Jim, who've moved in the 1980s. More recent decade with Mr. and Mrs. Hughes, others. And I think the Ronald family's been there for quite some time as well, and shared with you his history. So I want to thank all of those who have assisted with not just the online one and the paper petition, but the discussion that's occurred.
happen with property. And I think what makes this one a little bit more difficult for the people who have lived in the neighborhood for quite some time is that Mr. and Mrs. Hanson were absolutely wonderful people, an integral part of the beach community as it relates to community. Ms. Hanson, including the club that existed many years ago, and Mr. Hanson was many things, including, and they both passed away over the last number of years. And this, I understand, it was an estate sale. And so it's sad to see, certainly they're passing and they're no longer part of the neighborhood. And we see something that I think, and I could speak because I've known the Hansons or knew the Hansons for many years. This is not something that they would have supported as residents who lived in this neighborhood. And to be two of the speakers at the front of the podium here voicing their concerns. I think we've established that there's a eclectic history, and as all of us know, that it was formerly a cottage community for many people, and over the last community or neighborhood into a residential neighborhood where the many people who moved to live in their premises. And so, as was mentioned by the applicant, there are some very interesting in terms of lot sizes, the configuration of the lot. But I think one thing we have to keep in mind is that it's a very special neighborhood. It has no characteristics. There's a heritage district. And we have a strong, very strong territory of heritage homes in that area, as well as heritage homes that are interspersed in areas outside of the heritage district. So the Beach Community Council system were a part of the establishment of the neighborhood plan in the early 1990s, and have since that time, since it was adopted by City Council, and there was reference certainly to Mayor Eisenberger and others that were involved in the past, including my mother and Mr. Agostino, Mr. Wheeler, Geraldine Copps, David Christopherson. There's a number of names that will learn that plan. And that plan was developed in consultation with the neighbors, and there was the expectation at the time that over the next several decades, after the city purchased, tore down those homes, and lots were redeveloped, that the council of the day, whenever applications would come forward, would respect the details and all of the principles and recommendations that are contained in that document. And that has happened to date. You heard my questions to Mr. Howlett in terms of developments have been proposed on lands designated for multi-residential development. The community has not, and we have not yet seen a 1B. For single-family homes, I think we've probably seen more development on the beach than any other neighborhood in the city. 200 lots, and it was around the time, in 2001, that we started to sell those lots. And the original lots that we sold, some of them almost here, market value at that time was about $40,000 a lot. $1 in public amenities with Jimmy Lomax Park, the beach trail, certainly the improvements around Lakeland and Confederation Park, and there are a number of smaller park improvements that we've done. And with all of that, we've seen a corresponding increase. Sold for $40,000 in 2002, 2003, and they're up to now $250,000 or $300,000 for a single family lot. And I'm certain that this lot, when it was sold, fetched a larger price with the anticipation that someone was going to try to develop multi-residential homes. So there's a lot of history here, and I've been blessed to have a very proactive community. It is a neighborhood where, as Ms. Hughes pointed out, where everybody knows their neighbor, and it is a community that is very a neighborhood that is progressive. And we've seen, as I mentioned, not just multi-residential lots, but over 100 lots have been developed and are still under construction today. We probably have 30 or 40 construction. And I want to suggest to you and emphasize that this is not about here today renovations and additions to their own homes. They've been to a committee of adjustment or they've been to this council for approval, and so they're no stranger to development. I have raised several times in the past my concern about the number of variances, as have many of you around the table. This one, as you heard me when I asked my question to Mr. Thomas, this one has a long, very long list of variances that are attached to the application. And the only way that this development even comes close to meeting, I think, some of the tests that are contained in the report, it only comes close to meeting those tests because they've applied for so many variances. And without those variances, I'm certain, I haven't done the test myself, without those variances, I'm certain we'd see these semis and the single home bleed into the adjacent lots. There's just no way to squeeze these into existing single family lot without those variances. So for those reasons, Madam Chairman, and others that were mentioned, variances, of course, this is not consistent with the homes around it. This area of the beach is designated for single and double units in the neighborhood plan. I think the biggest concern, and it was emphasized by Ms. Ronald today, and that is that there are a number of other large lots on the beach strip. And there has been a lot of development on the lake, much as we've seen in other neighborhoods, but more so on the lake because of its proximity to the QEW. We have a lot of people moving in from Toronto, and there's a desire to maximize development potential. And that's come at the sake of, I think, some of the principles and some of the recommendations in the neighborhood plan. What we don't want to see, as Ms. Ronald pointed out, is the principal residence on the boulevard, fronting onto the boulevard, with backlot development fronting onto the lake. And we're starting to see that. We're starting to see people tear down homes or reconstruct or renovate their homes and reposition them towards the lake. So we've, there's certainly been some issue with that. But now we're starting to see, with this being the first application, development along the boulevard, development along the lake, and that could happen on dozens of property along the beach strip. And so I think it flies in the face of the neighborhood plan, flies in the face of what we're trying to accomplish in that neighborhood, and it flies in the face of the desires and the wishes of those people who've attended today, and there's several hundred people who've signed the online petition and the paper petition that Mr. Hughes went door to door with. So for all of those reasons, I think it sets a dangerous precedent. And with that being said, I hope committee will take into account all of the comments that were made today and those that I brought forward. And there are others I could go on, but I know I'm past my time limit, Madam Chairman, and I thank you for the flexibility. I would move at the appropriate time the recommendation that I put earlier and hope that others would see fit to support it as well.
Thank you. We have a list of speakers, including myself. Councillor Skelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to begin by responding to one of the first comments made by the representative of the developer, and that was Hamilton is now just being discovered by developers outside the city. And part of the reason is its appeal, is the existing charm and integrity of the existing neighborhoods. I understand the importance of intensification, but there are certain parts of the city where that can occur, and I don't believe that this is one of them. I'm quite impressed, actually, that there's such an active neighborhood community that has been working, I understand, fairly with, I think, developers and the city, recognizing that you do have development, that we do move on. But it's so important for us to recognize and to protect our unique neighborhoods in the city and be very careful. We saw a presentation just before this about a development, a highly intense development on the mountain. There are parts of the city where we can improve that, and there are parts where we should not, and I believe that this is one where we should not. I think it's important that we do what we can to preserve and protect the Beach Boulevard. I believe that the Neighborhood Association has been very fair, and for those reasons, I will be supporting Councillor Collins' motion.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to commend Councillor Collins. I know he has a tremendous amount of history on the beach art area, and to the residents that came out this morning and the community. I think that the history that Councillor Collins has just to us will stand in good stead should this go to the OMB. I know that at agenda review, Madam Chair, I know you weren't able to make it, but that was one of my first concerns, is having houses in the backyard of a house. I never supported that. In Stony Creek days we had, and Mr. Robichaud is aware that we had an application in Stony Creek days, and I did not support it, to put 4 houses behind one house on Millen Road. I thought, no, that's just out of character. We don't do that. Old Hamilton did that, I know, many years ago in some areas, and I didn't think we should be going down that road again. So for everything that Councillor Collins has said, I question here, you sit here saying, well, will the OMB, how will they look at this? I think what's really going to stand to the power of the residents in this neighborhood is the documentation of their plans. And I will not be supporting the amendment request today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Conley?
Thank you. I think the beach strip has got a unique history. I was down there all the time when I was a kid. I know you guys can't remember that far back, but by end cabins, and we used to go to Mackenzie Cabins by the canal. That was our vacation. We drive 4 miles to Mackenzie Cabins for vacation. So it's got a lot of really good memories for me. And I didn't realize until the speakers talked about there's been a plan, and there's been the commercial properties have been are being used for multi-residential development, and some are designated for single. And I think that's a nice compromise, and I think that compromise has been there, I'm not sure when, a lot of years, 20 years maybe, or 15, 20 years. And I like to respect that. I don't know what the OMB is going to do, because I know the province is always pushing for intensification. But I hope the council can support denying the request at this point and see what happens if it does go to the OMB. I hope it doesn't have to. I hope something can happen to rectify that. But if it doesn't,
Thank you. And Councillor Pearson, if you can take the chair for me, please. I'm really grateful that the residents came in today, and I know how this is very inconvenient for your busy days, parking during the day, location. I totally appreciate the fact that you took the time to come and speak. And if you hadn't have spoken and told us about the neighborhood plan, as was Councillor Collins' speech earlier, I did not see this neighborhood plan in the staff report, and I usually read them from front to back, although I've been proven wrong earlier, so there was some things I overlooked. Even when I go to neighborhood designations on page 9 of 45, there's no mention of this neighborhood plan. And my belief has always been that neighborhood plans, secondary plans, gives the residents a comfort level of what to expect. You should know what to expect at your next door, behind you, and that way you can live your life as you should, in comfort. So when the neighborhood plan is not being adhered to, that's where I have major concerns. If this were allowed to come through today, I truly believe that this is setting precedents, and I wouldn't want to see that in any of my neighborhoods, so I fully support Councillor Collins right now with his denial, as I hope that we all do for each other. They have unique communities. I believe at one time the Beach Boulevard had its own police, own fire, own council, own rescue. The list is endless. So it is quite unique, and it should be preserved. I commend the council of the Citizens Council for looking at different development and making allotments for it and not denying any of them, or at least recommending denial. But in this case, I think we need to stand up and take notice. So I'll take the chair back. Thank you. And Councillor Pasuda.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I don't speak very often, but in this case I have to. And I'd just like to thank the residents for coming out today from the beach community. It's important that you do come here, you show your face, you speak for your right cause, and this is the right cause to come here and speak. Councillor Collins speaks very highly of his beach community and the residents that are there. And I know he's very proud to represent you, City Council, here on the table, and I will be supporting whatever Councillor Collins wants, bring forth to deny this application. It's the right thing to do. Keep up your community, enjoy it. And Jim, thank you for coming down too. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, we have a denial on the floor. It's moved by Councillor Collins, second by Councillor Farr. All those in favor of the denial? Any opposed? Thank you. It's carried unanimously. Denial. Councillor Pearson, if you don't mind taking the chair, please. Nature breaks are few and far between.
Okay, moving on there, we're on item, here we are. 6.3 is the Urban Hamilton Official Plan Housekeeping Amendments. And we have members of the public in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. Please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding the Urban Hamilton Official Plan Housekeeping Amendment, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the Board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So I have here, we have written comments received today, item 6.31 from Heather Ireland, Watershed Planner, Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. So may I have a motion, please, to receive item 6.3, brackets I, the added written comments from Heather Ireland of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. Moved by Councillor Farr, second by Councillor Connolly. All in favour? Carried. There are a couple of registered speakers so far. We'll first hear from staff. The presentation. I invite Sarah Salini to the podium for her presentation. Thank you. And it's not Sarah. That's not Sarah.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Yes, Shannon Mackay. Sarah's in Poland, so I will be making the presentation on her behalf. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of committee, planning staff, and members of the public. My presentation will outline a brief history of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and the purpose for the housekeeping amendments before you today. It will also outline the types of proposed amendments with examples from the staff report. Over the course of the implementation of the UHOP, staff have relayed issues, inconsistencies, interpretation issues, and mapping errors to policy planning staff. In an effort to keep the UHOP up to date, we are bringing forward a housekeeping amendment. The purpose of the housekeeping amendment before you today is to undertake policy and map changes required to ensure clear implementation and maintain policy intent. The housekeeping amendments contained in the official plan amendment attached as Appendix A to the report are categorized in 5 amendment types. 8 applicable policies and definitions to the UHOP from previous Rural Hamilton Official Plan amendments, which are shown in Appendix B. Remove duplicate, redundant, and outdated policy references in text, which are contained in Appendix B1. Add new policies and a definition and definitions to provide better direction for implementation purposes. These are in Appendix B2. Clarification and correction of intent by adding and deleting or replacing wording, which are all shown in Appendix B3, and to correct consistencies between policies and mapping, which are all in Appendix B4. As I mentioned, Appendix B has the amendments for the Rural Hamilton Official Plan that happened in 2013. This amendment is an example of the types of amendment required by amendments to the Rural Hamilton Official Plan which have been included in this housekeeping to ensure that the applicable policies and definitions are included in both documents to maintain the consistency between both the Rural Hamilton Official Plan and the Urban Hamilton Official Plan. Oops, sorry. There's quite a bit more. Sorry. What's going on? Does not want you to see it. Sorry, just one moment. Try this one more time. What I'll do is I'll continue talking. I can talk through most of these amendments. The next set of amendments that are referred to in Appendix B1 remove redundant and outdated texts. The example that I would have shown you indicates that Section 4.1 West Waterdown Secondary Plan Policy B413B5 be amended by deleting the phrase local or regional between the words on and arterial. So this example of an amendment that's required to remove redundant and outdated text from the UHOP. When the UHOP was being created, and as the secondary plans were being transitioned into the UHOP, some outdated references to the former two-tiered government were missed in terms of correcting. So therefore, the proposed amendment is required to remove that outdated terminology. And again, that can all be found in Appendix B1. Sorry about that. Try and get back on track here. So that's the policy reference I just talked about there. So we're removing the local or regional between the words on and arterial. The next set of amendments, which are found in Appendix B2, add new policies to provide better direction for implementation. This is an example of a proposed policy amendment required to be added to the UHOP to ensure that there are clear directions and relationship between the UHOP policies and the implementing zoning bylaw regulations when evaluating development proposals using the policies of the UHOP. The proposed additional policy clarifies that a zoning bylaw may be more restrictive than the policies, but not more permissive. The next amendment is referred to in Appendix B3, a clarification of intent by adding or deleting or replacing wording. This proposed amendment is an example of the type of amendments requiring clarification of intent by either adding, deleting, or replacing. The use of the word may ensures that implementation of the permitted uses prior to development or establishment is compatible with the area as per policies outlined within the designation. Typically, the word shall is used in zoning bylaws or secondary plans where there was previous scope study and understanding of impacts of proposed developments and implies that these are required as opposed to envisioned, whereas in an official plan, which is a visioning document, using such wording as may is more appropriate. Appendix B4 outlines a number of mapping changes that are a result of this housekeeping amendment. This is an example of the proposed amendment to correct inconsistencies between policies and mapping that happen while transitioning the existing secondary plans into the UHOP framework. The amendments are required to ensure consistent implementation and to avoid misinterpretation. The example above shows the North Waterdown secondary plan in the former Flamborough OP and currently in the UHOP designated the areas major institutional. Additionally, the lands have a combined area over 4 hectares, which is consistent with institutional policy E621 of the UHOP, Volume 1. Therefore, the Schedule E1 requires an amendment to redesignate the areas. So just to clarify, here's Schedule E1, which shows an area with a star as designated as neighborhoods, whereas the secondary plan included the lands as institutional. So just to clarify and bring in the institutional land as it was planned in the secondary plan, this housekeeping amendment is required. There are a number more in the Appendix B4. Comments came from a cross-section of city staff, city departments, to acknowledge these housekeeping amendments. Policy planning staff consulted with the necessary staff members to research and verify each of these proposed amendments as necessary. Internal staff and an external stakeholder group were consulted to identify issues and determine solutions for any implementation issues arising from the day-to-day use of the UHOP. This public meeting is an opportunity for the public to be introduced to the project, review the amendments, and provide comments on the proposed amendments, as this is a formal public consultation as required under the Planning Act. Staff presented the draft amendments to the, Development Industry Liaison Group. DILG is a staff advisory committee. It is comprised of representatives of the development stakeholder groups. The comments received resulted in clarification to Section F, implementation. The intent of the above policies is to ensure clear implementation of the intent of the permitted uses and other policies of each of the UHOP designations. Thank you for listening to my presentation. I would be happy to answer any of the questions you may have.
Thanks, Sean. We have Councillor Farr.
Don?
Shannon.
Shannon, I'm sorry.
Through you, Chair.
I was reading Councillor Pearson's writing.
No problem.
I'm just going to focus quickly on, it sounds like you're under the weather too, so we'll try to make quick work of this. Just recently, we're seeing some correspondence as a committee. The mayor's referenced as being interested, I don't know whether it's true or not, in tabling the bits on the May Shell issue on the B3 section. So I thought I would bring it up here today. We dealt with the May Shell wordage before. I get your very valid answer in that this is a visioning exercise. It's an official plan, and in visioning we use words like may and not shall. However, there are just a few folks, and through you, Chair, I'm not sure if they were part of the external stakeholder group referenced, but are you aware of who these folks are that may disagree with the may versus the shall in these, I want to call them friendly amendments, but housekeeping amendments? Are you aware of who they are, and would it be acceptable to allow some time just to work out the may shall bits, approve everything else here today, and then come back with the may shall bits through you?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm actually going to let Joanne Hickey-Evans answer that question. She's a little bit more familiar with the stakeholder groups.
Through you, Madam Chairman, I'm going to go back. There's a little history, so bear with me. Back in 2010, when we started doing the industrial zoning, we had a couple of OMB appeals. And one of the OMB appeals dealt with the issue of shall be permitted, i.e. shall being an operative word like must versus may being more objective. And I'm not going to go into the history, but it was quite an argument where they indicated the OP said shall. So taking that shall and then extending it out, meaning you shall allow that use everywhere. As we all know, through planning, it doesn't actually quite work that way. You work with the official plan and then down to the secondary plan and then ultimately to the zoning bylaw. So we amended all the industrial policies in each of the former municipal OPs to do may. And at the time we could only do industrial, and that was in the time between the first approval of the UHOP and then the final approval of the OMB in 2013. So it fell in that time frame. Those policies fell because at the time the UHOP superseded that. So we have been on record and we have done that in the past. The second thing is with respect to the official plan, you don't evaluate an official plan on opening it up and looking at use only. There are a number of other criteria that must be met. And having said that, if a use is identified, that doesn't mean that you automatically open it and say, yes, that use is permitted, and then forget about all the other policies in the plan that you have to adhere to. It is through secondary planning processes, which get more specific, or individual zoning bylaw amendments, where you evaluate those policies. So that is why we went to May. We want to make sure that there is no inherent conflict between the uses permitted and any other policies with respect to this, to the plan. And as I reiterate, we have already dealt with this. We dealt with this issue as part of an OMB hearing. We fixed it. We fixed it for only industrial, but unfortunately it fell. This is the first time since 2013 that we've had the time to deal with housekeeping amendments throughout the plan.
Joanne, through you, Chair, going to the May and taking out the shall as is being advised with the housekeeping amendments will us from future potential.
Joanne?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's not going to prevent appeals. But what it deals with is the argument that you have listed in a designation, whether that be residential or institutional, that you've very categorically said shall, but you come to an individual site, A, not all those uses would be permitted, and B, depending on the type of use, you would have to evaluate the land use compatibility. So it doesn't avoid appeals, but it avoids the argument about, no, you have to allow this use because at the very onset in permitted uses, you said shall.
That's what I meant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson? Thank you. Councillor Conley?
Since you've changed the industrial from shall to may, has it made a difference to what has been the effect of that?
Shannon or Joanne?
Through you, Madam Chairman.
Through the chair.
Those policies no longer exist because, as I explained, it was to the old former plans and it was a timing issue. And what has happened is that in 2013, when this UHOP was approved, the policies in the former plans ceased to exist. So what we corrected as a temporary measure doesn't exist today.
Oh.
So we're trying to go back as well to fix not only for industrial, but any other designation that falls in that family. I should also point out within secondary plans where a use shall be permitted, we have the same language. We have left the shall in the secondary plans.
Councillor?
Thank you. I circled all the shells. I don't know. I think I was at the seashore when I did it, but I had the same concerns that Councillor Farr has. I just think May is so a little wishy-washy in that it gives a lot of latitude to different people to make a decision. You might think one thing and he might think another because it's May. And developers and other people, I think they like to know a black and white rather than gray areas. So I don't know how important it is or how not, but I always liked, I like the May because it gives me some flexibility. But from a planning point of view, can you explain to me a little more? I know you did, but it was kind of quick and I didn't absorb it all. So can you explain to me why it's so important to have may rather than shall?
Thank you. Joanne?
Please.
If I can maybe assist through the chair. If you have shall, if you list a range of uses in the first policy and says all residential uses shall be permitted, and then in the second policy you say singles permitted subject to these locational criteria, apartments subject to these locational criteria, and townhouses subject to these locational criteria. What the OMB has ruled is, notwithstanding the second paragraph that says where you will allow singles, semis, rows, apartments, or a rendering plant, or some other use, the first paragraph takes precedence, and therefore your zoning bylaw must allow those uses based on that first paragraph. And it removes then all the other policies that are in the official plan that establish the locational criteria as to where you want to have uses. So we will say, all forms of residential development shall be permitted, but then we have other policies that say for high-rise apartments, they must be located on an arterial or collector road. The board has said that second paragraph that says apartment building must be on an arterial or collector road, that doesn't hold any water. You must allow the apartment building because the first paragraph, first policy says all forms of residential development shall be permitted. All we are saying is that through either the secondary plan, the neighborhood plan, or the zoning bylaw, we will then determine where those range of uses would be permitted by moving to the language may. It doesn't say that the uses won't be, you need an official plan amendment. It was just you have to look at all of the policies in the official plan in its entirety, which provide the direction as to where different land uses are permitted and under what sort of conditions those uses would be permitted.
Councillor?
Through the more flexibility and for planning to hearing that we read rather than stops because
through you, Madam Chairman, it allows to us, both staff and for council, to maintain the vision that is set out through whether it's in the official plan, the secondary plan, the neighborhood plans, and the zoning bylaw, because it says this is how this council wishes to see the city develop and these areas to develop in this arrangement of land uses, and the may ensures that we move forward with staying consistent to that vision, as opposed to somebody coming in like a board member saying is, I know what your vision is, but because this first paragraph says shall, sorry, we're going to allow that use in that location, even though the other tests don't apply, or it doesn't meet those other criteria. So it doesn't restrict development rights. It just simply provides a little bit more certainty in the planning process, because we say the use may be permitted subject to you meeting the other tests in the official plan. And if you look at the Urban Hamilton official plan, it's very detailed as to what those tests are. Low density is permitted in these locations, medium density in these locations, high density in these locations, commercial or industrial, or those sorts of things. It just maintains the structure and the planning principles that's adopted by council through both the official plan, the secondary plans, and even in the zoning bylaw in terms of how it sets out the hierarchy of uses within the zoning bylaw in terms of where prestige industrial uses should go and where more heavy industrial type uses should go.
Okay,
Thank you, Councillor.
I may vote for it then, I'm not sure.
Thank you. And seeing no other speakers, I have to speak. Thank you. So Farr for second time and Pearson as well, Councillor? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to what Mr. Robichaud said, I just want to be sure, and Shannon, I'm not sure if you can clarify. Was the development industry obviously involved in the process here, and are they aware of the history that Ms. Evans has explained, Joanne Hickey has explained?
Joanne? So, through you, Madam Chair, when we went to the DILG, which is the Development Industry Liaison Group, I talked about the industrial piece. I talked about why it came. It didn't just come from thin air. And then after I recollected, I went back and I did a little bit more research, and I found, yes, that's in 2011, we did amend all the official plans to do the May.
But Councillor? Again, sorry, and just to be sure, but the development industry were aware of that and aware of the process that was involved in doing the change back in 2011, 2010, 2011.
Madam Chairman, at the DILG, I went into some detail. I didn't go back to even looking at what happened with respect to the maze, and then when I did, I saw that we had already actually done it. With respect to their comments, we put in 2 additional policies to address their issues as it relates to amendments. And that is specifically found in Section F, where we talk about, there it is, Shannon's got it on the screen. We added those 2 policies because there was some concern on behalf of the industry that even though it said may, an amendment would be required if the use was listed. That is not the intent. That has never been the intent. So in adding these 2 policies, that was to address that issue. Obviously, in this policy, it doesn't address the history associated with that.
Councillor?
Thank you. I just want to be sure that that information's on the table. We'll have, I'm sure, speakers coming forward on this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Pearson, if you could take the chair, please. I just have a quick question. Through you, and if you don't mind, Shannon, I'm just going to go straight to Joanne. In Appendix B4, page 3 of 7, this is an appendix that actually pinpoints certain properties and housekeeping. So my question is, if you can go to page 3 of 4, this is the Bimbrook Village Secondary Plan. Big chunk in the middle of the village is designated parkland. my question is, 3/4 of that property is privately owned. So I'm on page 3 of 7, Appendix B4. Okay, thank you. So if you'll look at that section, you'll see a lot of houses abutting onto that. Our Memorial Hall is included, and there's a section right behind the properties that's actually parkland, that small section to the bottom of that map. The rest of it, which is 3/4, maybe even more, is actually owned by private hands. So is it usual, first of all, that we designate parkland on privately owned lands? And B, were the owners of that property notified that we are officially designating it as parkland?
Through you, Madam Chair, with this amendment deals with the initials BP only. It's not a redesignation. What had happened is when we went back to the secondary plan, those initials BP had fallen off. In some of the secondary plans, and Binbrook was one of them, they put symbols just to identify what that is. Sometimes you see ES, elementary school, so it's not a redesignation.
Okay, so again, my question comes to whether we've dropped off initials or adding initials. This is now the opportunity to take a look at this area. And trust me, I'm in full support of keeping this as a parkland, but it is privately owned. So my question is probably more so than process. Is privately owned lands often used as designations for parkland?
Through you, Madam Chairman, yes, there are secondary plans that have privately owned lands. This Binbrook plan dates back to, I don't know, the 80s at some point.
Yeah, and the actual owners have owned this land for well over almost 100 years. So my understanding, talking to the owners of this property, at one time there was discussion that they wanted it designated as commercial, not that they were going to intend on it, but for resale value at the end of the day. So my question is, have the property owners been notified, even if we're dropping the BP and adding another letter or whatever, have they been notified that their property is actually under discussion today?
Through you, Madam Chairman, the designations are not changing. So fundamentally, we are not changing the land use here. We're simply using it as an identifier. So we haven't undermined the designation in and of itself.
So just for the record, through you, Chair, BP stands for?
Binbrook Park.
Thank you, just to be clear. And again, so we're saying that even though that their property is in an appendix right now, and that you're confirming up the designation, the owners of this property have not been notified. Right?
Through you, Madam Chairman, the BP in and of itself doesn't have any implications on the land use designations. It's simply notification. And therefore we didn't notify them. From a housekeeping amendment, we weren't affecting any land uses. It was for clarification.
Okay.
And that's what mostly these amendments are, is little clarifications here and there that in translation from the plans didn't get 100% done.
Okay. Thank you for my questions. I'll take the chair back, Councillor Pearson. So, no other questions? Second time, Councillor Farr, and then Councillor Pearson, you had another question or no? Thank you, Councillor Farr.
Madam Chairperson, SP stands for Senior Planner, and I am ready, willing, and able to receive Senior Planner Shannon's presentation here today on behalf of another staffer. And my follow-up question was part 2 of my original question that Councillor Pearson effectively hit on. So I really need to make no comment other than I'm ready to receive SP Shannon at this time.
Thank you, C. Farr. All right, so moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pasuta to receive the presentation. All those in favor? Thank you. There are additional members of the public wishing. Are there any other? We have Suzanne down as a speaker, and we also have, come on, Brenda, we have you down. So are there any other members of the public wishing to speak to this item? Okay, I'm seeing none at this point. So I've got Suzanne Mammel from the Hamilton Halton Home Builders Association, and then I have Brenda. Yeah, serial killer rating. Mayor America's Most Wanted had this down. Annalise?
It wasn't me up there, was it?
No. And it's still good morning, Suzanne.
Good morning, Chair Johnson, committee members, and staff. I guess for the record, I'm Suzanne Mammal. I'm from the Hamilton Halton Home Builders Association. And not shockingly, I'm here to talk about two things. One is the proposed change here from shall to may. And the second is also process. I come here a lot talking about process, and it has been talked a little bit about today, but I do want to go into that a little bit further. I do want to clarify that a lot of the other points in this report, the administrative, the clerical errors, the mapping, things that are being changed, we don't have any issue with. The crux of it is really the change from shall versus may. This was first brought to our attention in March, at the March DILG meeting, and we did have some concerns. I will say I don't recall there being any discussion whatsoever about an industrial discussion. There was mention made that the reason for this change was to avoid issues at the OMB. But at that meeting, we did make a suggestion for a way to avoid this change from shall versus may, and that was that in that first paragraph that Steve referred to, we would say that these uses shall be permitted subject to the following conditions. And at the time, staff said, oh, you know, that might be a possibility. Asked us to put it in writing, which we did. We sent in a letter on April the 6th. And we went from there. It was then discussed, to my understanding, again, after the April DILG meeting, not at, whereby a couple of members did have a discussion, and another proposal was floated that developers and consultants would be provided a letter, that it wouldn't be addressed in the amendment, but that you'd have a letter that you could carry around that said to make you justify all the uses. The reality is with this change, it affects every development application. It now forces developers and or their consultants to justify a use every single time. It eliminates clarity, it eliminates knowing where you are. You go to pre-consultation, you may need this, you may need that. So there is other work to be done, and so those are eliminated. And so that is an important issue. It may seem innocuous making this change, but it isn't. The last thing I'd like to point out is that I would say that the consultation process with our association then sort of fell by the wayside. We had an opportunity to have a discussion about this. In my mind, early in May, we were contacted and staff advised that there were no items for discussion for the May DILG meeting. And we weren't aware at that point that this was coming forward here on the 31st of May. So we elected to cancel that meeting. And I think that was a real missed opportunity for the discussion to take place. We hadn't formally been advised of any decision on staff's part on how to address this. And in fact, I sort of came to it very unofficially a week later after we'd chosen to cancel this meeting, and therefore here I am making this presentation. So the reality is I would like you to defer this, at least this portion of it, and ask staff to go back and discuss some of the options that we put forward as alternatives to this, because it does have overarching issues for every application. But more so, I do want to talk about the process. You know, I will be quite frank here. A lot of members of our association feel that DILG has become lip service, a way for staff to check off a box that they have officially consulted with our industry. There is no doubt whatsoever that at the beginning this was done very officially and very, very well. But to not close that loop at the end, to not come back, to respond to our official comments, and never to really get a response, and to force it to come here, I think is a real missed opportunity. And I think it's something that as a group, you know, I come up here and I stand every time and say, happy to work with you on this issue. And I would like the same effort afforded to us as an association. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Councillor Farr has a question for you.
I'm trying to determine just on your last comments, and very generally, because I hear in small ways all the time throughout this ward, I'm sure we all do, we engage, and sometimes, unfortunately, you still remain in juxtaposition on whatever the issue. So it's not a case of where you just maybe didn't like the answer and therefore it was the problem with engagement, or you seriously have a problem with the way we're engaging with you?
Thank you, Suzanne.
There will never, ever be a time when everyone agrees. So that's not the issue at hand here. For example, the last time I was here, I was talking about the engineering guidelines. I chose to disagree on some issues, but I did come and say the consultative effort that was put forward was fantastic. So when it happens, and it happens right, it's done well, and the only thing I can do is come and say to you, I don't like the end result. I don't like the end result here, but I also don't like how the process ended. The process didn't end the way it could have, which was sitting us down and saying, look, what you've proposed doesn't work for X, Y, and Z. Nobody's ever said that to me. Nobody's ever come to say that. So, you know, there were missed opportunities here, and those are the missed opportunities. Coming here and, frankly, wasting all of your time listening to me complain isn't the best use of our time. But sitting down in a meeting that's effective, that ends up with results that work for both staff and the development industry is a far better use of our time.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, so you heard here today, at least, obviously not prior to today, Joanne Hickey Evans' explanation on the amendments of the words. Your thoughts on what you heard? She referenced only appeals of the past and why the may for an official plan is more appropriate than the shall.
Thank you, Suzanne.
So I understand that there's an OMB issue here. We did put forward an alternate, which was in that first paragraph to say shall be included subject to the following conditions. And what that does is it then provides you an opportunity to sort it out right in the OP with a shall that gives that consistency. So it solves that OMB issue, and it also then solves all development application positions that they don't have to go through this process with that unknown. That's time, that's money on staff's part, on the private industry side, and I think there's an effective way to resolve both.
Councillor?
And finally, you are well-versed in what you do, and I listened closely with your presentations over the last few years. Through you, Chair, is the may and shall issue consistent to Hamilton and our official plan? Does everybody else in all those other jurisdictions use shall or may in these cases?
So hopefully Ms. Case can confirm that for you. I am not aware of other places that do it the way that is currently being proposed.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, so at the appropriate time, just to follow up for staff based on the delegation, and thank you.
Thank you. I need a motion, please, to receive Suzanne's presentation. Councillor Conley, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne, and Brenda's up next. Brenda, if you can just give us a second so that Ida can distribute these. Next time, feel free just to bring them down sooner. That way it will be in our hot little hands.
Actually, I'm going to talk about both of them, so I can probably go ahead if that's all right.
Well, it would be kind of nice if we can follow along with the bouncing ball.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm literal. I need that. Thank you. A question for clarity. Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Just before Brenda begins, are the delegates, any of the delegates here today, were they part of this external stakeholder group that was engaged with, or are they separate from, through you, to Brenda, Shannon, or whomever?
So for clarity, Joanne, the delegates that we're hearing today, have they been a part of that stakeholders group that you talked about earlier?
Through you, Madam Chairman, I can't recall that day, to be honest with you. The only one I absolutely remember was Terry. Other than that, I can't remember who was there. So that will have to be addressed. I know Nancy Friday is generally not part of DILG, but maybe Steve or Jason has a better idea. People can come to those meetings as they can.
Thank you. Councillor? No, that's fine. All right. I think we're all set. Brenda, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm actually very excited to be here this morning because, for two things, and part of it is to deal with the issue that you just presented, Councillor Farr. As planning consultants in Hamilton, the land use planning consultants, that is, where we have a voice, and in the past, staff, Jason Thorne, Steve Robichaud, Anita Fayback, they've done a really good job in trying to keep us up to date with a number of issues that come up, planning issues that come up, but we've never had any type of formal organization or group that they can come to and say, okay, here's some planning stuff, you planners look at it and tell us what you think. Because we're perceived as, oh, you're a planning consulting firm. Brenda works for GSP Group, Nancy works for Wellings. Our voice is kind of perceived as the developer. We've been involved with the Hamilton Halton Home Builders Association, and we sit on the development liaison group. But again, we're there on behalf of the developers. So what we've tried to do in this first letter that you have in front of you, created a little group of professional planners. We are all members of the Canadian Institute of Planners, Ontario Professional Planners Institute, and we are all registered professional planners. So what we've done is we've invited 8 different consulting firms to provide representation and formulate this little group. And what we'd like to happen is in the future, if there is something like this UHAPA that's come forward, that we would be a group that you consult with. I think it'll make it easier for planning staff to ensure that the word gets out. And so I'm here to introduce us in that realm. Now, of course, we came up with a nice long name because we're planners. We call ourselves the Greater Hamilton Professional Planners Advisory Group, and it took us a long time to come up with that short name. So that's really what the first letter is. It's to introduce us. We'd like to be able to respond in the future as a group. We've done this quite recently, although I have to say the idea came from city staff who suggested that we do this one day when I was whining about, I didn't know about this. And he says, well, do something about it. So we've done something about it. So that's why we're here before you right now. It's not because we're frustrated with staff in any way, shape, or form. They have been very helpful and very collaborative with us in providing us with information related to many different topics, but I think this will make it easier for everyone. So that's my little sales pitch of our new group, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the 8 people, the 8 firms that you see represented in that letter. So now I just want to, I don't want to spend a lot of time on our issues with the UHAPA. We had no issues with the general intent of the amendment that's before you, other than the shall or may. And I understand what Joanne, what Mrs. Hickey-Evans was discussing in terms of the OMB situation. Our concern is, I understand there's no issue when it comes to secondary plans, areas that have secondary plans, because it's very clear there, and you will see that in secondary plans it says shall. The following uses shall be permitted. When you provide the may, and I understand completely, you've got a neighborhood designation and it says shall permit apartments, singles, semis, everything. So before the OMB, I could actually stand there and argue and say, I'm in a single family detached neighborhood, designated neighborhoods, I can put this apartment building here. And we understand that that's not the intent or the vision of the policy. But I think to leave it as open as simply saying may in those instances is not giving anyone that's reviewing the document. So if you have a neighborhood if you have a neighborhood designation and I'm going for formal consultation, I have to justify the principle of the use every single time. And I have to do that through a planning justification report. And it's a much greater justification that's provided when you're identifying the principle of use at the OP level than you are versus the zoning bylaw level. So if we could have some type of a compromise, and that's really why we're asking for the deferral, to have a little bit more time to sit down and discuss this with staff, to maybe come up with understanding the following uses are permitted, subject to subclauses A, B, C, and D for locational criteria. But when you leave it open to say, subject to the policies of the plan is big. It's a huge plan. And for every designation, there's at least 25 urban design policies, etc. And we understand, obviously, we have to conform with those policies as well. But the principal use, we have to have some level of comfort that when we go for formal consultation that they're going to say, you don't need an OPA for this apartment building. So that's really our main concern. We understand the conundrum, we understand the situation before the OMB, but we'd just like a little more time to maybe refine that wording a little bit further. And the policy that was, the compromise policy that was presented previously, it says you don't need an OPA as long as you comply with the policies of the plan. And it's just not specific enough to give us that comfort level that we aren't forever having to justify the principle of use for a particular designation. So that's all I have to say. And again, thank you for allowing me to speak. And again, we're really excited about forming this little group. It just happened last week. We had our first breakfast meeting, and we are already arranging to have meetings with Jason Thorne and Bill Jansen and Steve Robichaud. So thank you very much.
Brenda. Any questions for Brenda? Thank you, Councillor Farr.
So just on the GHPPAG, am I right?
You got it.
I was going to make the suggestion.
You just love initials. That's where it's coming from.
Like the architects of this area in Burlington, great idea to form a group, and I was going to make the suggestion, direction more than anything, no motion required, to meet with Thorne and Robichaud and Anita and others. So you're already on that path, so we don't need to go there, Brenda. I asked our last delegate the same question. Do you know, as it relates to official plans in other jurisdictions, is it may or is it shall?
Currently, the OPs that I have dealt with in the past 20 odd years is, well, actually it's 30, sorry, say shall. But I'm not saying that to say, you know, Ms. Hickey Evans is wrong. We're just looking for something different. And if they were created 20 years ago or 30 years ago, perhaps they haven't had the challenge that was put before our staff in that situation. So I understand from a planning perspective exactly what's being said. I'm just not comfortable with the end result.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Thank you. Can I have a motion, please, to receive Brenda's presentation? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Skelly, all those in favour? Thank you. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to put this out there 3 times. Are there anyone here for the public wishing to speak on this item? Going once? Anyone here? Going twice? Anyone here to speak on this item? Going 3 times? Seeing none, may I please close the public meeting? Councillor Johnson, Councillor Conley, all those in favour? Thank you. I don't believe, Lauren, I don't believe we're going to have to do some housekeeping. We keep an item for Ida to receive all the delegates from item 6.2. That's, I think I had it down here. Okay, thank you. So we've closed off the public meeting, and Councillor Farr, you had questions for the staff, and I've got Councillor Pearson next.
Yeah, just on not the word may or the word shall, but on the word compromise. What a 2-part question to Joanne, and I very much appreciate it. And I am actually recollecting conversations that we've had and you've had with other planning committee members in the past on this very topic. So I can understand if it's a little frustrating, and it certainly can be a little confusing. And I also appreciate the OP argument that it's more of a vision, while all the rest are documents otherwise. So other jurisdictions, what do you know? I've asked that of our delegates as it relates to the word may or shall in their OPs.
Through you, Madam Chair, one of the first things we need to look at is we are a single tier. So we are, functionally different. Many of them have shall, as Brenda had said, that probably some of them have not been updated. We also have to work on what our experience has been at the Ontario Municipal Board and what has affected us in terms of our planning decisions. As Brenda said, maybe some of those others have not gone through the issue that we have.
Councillor?
Great. So it's almost a Hamilton, it sounds Hamilton exclusive. Fair enough, through you, Chair. 2 delegates so far, some last minute communication to committee members. I'm assuming I'm not the only one. We got one of the communications, I think Brenda just gave us a copy of it, where it's addressed to the mayor. I thought I heard that the mayor, he hasn't asked any of us that I'm aware of on committee to table it as being requested, but what through you, Chair, Joanne Hickey Evans, is the downside of just taking that may shall element out of these housekeeping amendments for now to allow the delegates an opportunity, some of them maybe once again an opportunity to sit down and talk about this wordage as opposed to having to approve everything that's before us now, understanding that it's been a long road to begin with, and these are housekeeping amendments.
Thank you. Joanne?
Through you, Madam Chair, if this piece is tabled, we will table the whole thing. This is a type of application that actually goes in the newspaper. And each time we do it in the newspaper, there'd be two separate bylaws. The cost is rather prohibitive, and so we wouldn't separate it out into two separate OPAs. So we would table the whole thing because that doesn't make efficient or effective sense given all the other pieces associated with it.
Thank you. Councillor?
What's preventing you from avoiding any newspaper article or advertising between now and council if that meeting could happen sooner rather than later?
Joanne?
Through you, Madam Chairman, nothing between now and council. If it was tabled further past council, then we would just wait and do the whole thing together.
Thank you. Councillor?
It sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, Joanne, you are adamantly opposed to anything other than what's being suggested here. That compromise, it's too late for that, or it's something that you can't fairly and politely, I'm sure, recommend at this time.
Through you, Madam Chairman, I recognize that Brenda had some wording, but the whole structure of the official plan, you have to read the plan in its entirety. There is absolutely no way under the permitted use section that we can say all those uses are permitted subject to all the other policies in the plan. There are certain chapters. You have to look at the plan as a whole. So the permitted uses then would flow through to the residential intensification section, to the urban design, to the natural heritage, to the noise, etc. So that we've tried as part of those two additional policies to at least provide some cross-referencing, but in terms of the complexity of this plan, we couldn't list every policy. And at the time, depending on the policies, that policy may or may not be appropriate or applicable. So that's why we use subject to the policies of this plan. So you deal with the ones that are appropriate to each application.
Thank you, Councillor.
Finally, through you to our General Manager of Planning and Economic.
And what's
I would
the
like
question?
to hear his thoughts on the may shall issue before us today.
Or shall not? Thank you.
So through the chair, I was at the Development Industry Liaison Group meeting where this was discussed, and there were some concerns raised about how that might be implemented, which is why, as a result of that consultation, we had some clarification policies added to what was originally proposed at the Liaison Group meeting. I think our experience at the board was that it does create some uncertainty in terms of how you actually read that list of permitted uses under a shall heading. So I think you have in front of you what planning staff thinks in terms of what would be a clear set of policy language that gets to the intent of what is in the OP. To the question about tabling, if that is the committee's desire is to table and go back again to the liaison group, we would certainly do that. We did the original draft language was circulated in advance of the last meeting. We had the discussion at the meeting. We heard from the industry. We heard some of the concerns. We made some modifications as a result of those concerns. We can certainly go back and have the conversation again. I haven't heard anything to date that would cause me to question the approach that we've taken. But if committee's still uncertain, uncomfortable, wants us to have more dialogue with the industry, we're always willing to do that. There's nothing in this amendment that is urgent and pressing that has to be put in place immediately. This is housekeeping issues that have been percolating out there for a while. So we can have those further conversations, but I'm comfortable with the amendment as it's before you right now.
Thank you, Councillor Farr.
If I can just further to the councillor's
please,
earlier
Director
question.
Robichaud, please.
So I just did a quick check. Town of Grimsby, they use shall in their OP when they're describing permitted uses. City of Burlington uses the word may. So it's really up to the structure of each municipal official plan, and I think that's what Ms. Hickey-Evans was trying to get at. It's the way that the official plan is structured, and often the municipalities will then have the other policies that support it, and when you start changing the language or the dynamics, you want to make sure you're maintaining that structure and the intent and the organizational framework. So it's often not easy to parachute another option into the official plan if it sort of doesn't fit in terms of this overall structure of the text and the hierarchy of those policy frameworks. So, like I said, it seems the municipality makes their own decision as to how they want to deal with it. Some are using may, some are using shall. And I think it's also the Burlington OP, I think, is more current than the town of Grimsby OP. That's the other deciding consideration. Grimsby's got an older official plan.
And if I may, both those municipalities are two-tier.
That is correct. They are
Thank you.
two-tier,
Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Councillor Farr.
Yeah. So I don't know whether we may or shall hold off until
Or
the
shall
next
not.
planning committee.
Mhm.
So I guess I'll float a recommendation that we table until the next planning committee meeting, based on Jason's comments, because it's not a pressing document. We did hear from a couple of delegates, just to allow that opportunity to provide for a compromise. If it doesn't happen, we'll hear about it in a couple of weeks, and it doesn't need to take, I don't think, forever, and it only is really specific to the may and the shall bits, but or B3 and the appendices. But I think we've heard enough just to give it a couple of weeks and allow for one more conversation with some of the people that have referenced here today a need for that.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson, I had you down for second-time speaker, or first-time speaker, second on the list.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I certainly concur with Councillor Farr, and I do support, and I will second the tabling. I think it's important that we give the industry an opportunity to gain us kick at it, say, let's just get some comfort level here, if anything, going forward, because I can understand the frustration and the concerns that the industry have out there. Every time they have to do additional reports and additional reviews, time is money, and these processes cost a lot. So I certainly would like to give another opportunity to see that we can flush out something in there that might be a little bit more amenable to both sides.
And I have a process question for you, Clerk. We have closed off the public meeting. If this was tabled and it's brought back to the committee, then the public does not have the opportunity to speak, correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. So we have a tabling motion on the floor for, I'm assuming, 2 weeks for the next planning committee meeting. Any other discussion? Councillor Thorne. Sorry. Demoted. You're demoted.
That's a demotion?
That is.
Through the chair, I was just going to advise that the next meeting of the liaison group is June the 20th. So if we took it to that meeting, we'd be back in front of committee on July the 5th.
July the 5th. So we are actually bringing this forward on July the 5th, not the next planning committee meeting. So just wanted to let everyone know. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. So 6.3 has been tabled to July the 5th. And we're now on to 7.1, and I have, so for those at home, this is massage parlors, enforcement of illegal businesses, outstanding list item, PED 16077, citywide. Good afternoon, Ken.
Afternoon. I'm here. So first of all, let me introduce, we have Detective Rob Beck here with us today.
Thank you, because he's wearing a gun, so I got a little worried.
Yeah, it's my bodyguard. Actually, Detective Sergeant Joe Stewart was to do the presentation along with me. He is in charge of the Vice and Drug Unit. However, he's doing a preliminary hearing this morning, so he was unable to attend. So he sent the best thing forward with Detective Beck, who actually is in charge of the Human Trafficking Unit. So we'll get right into the presentation. So Council had asked for licensing to do a review on some of the challenges we're seeing in enforcing massage parlors. And in particular, since the change in the federal legislation, which struck down the prostitution laws, and the new change of Bill C-36, the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act, and how that has changed how police services now look at and deal with prostitution. I know Detective Beck will be able to answer any of the questions on how they've been focused, and the police services right across North America are much more focused in on victims and the attendants being victims, considered victims in the process. So let me get into the actual presentation. For an overview, basically there are three types of massage parlors operating in the city of Hamilton. The first one are the ones that are registered by the province, and now they have no municipal license. They're licensed by the province, and these are the registered massage therapists that you see their signs usually a lot in their own homes, but in doctors' offices that they provide these services. Then we also have body rubs in the city of Hamilton, and there are 2 actually licensed in the city of Hamilton, body rubs, and then we have a third category, which is personal wellness services, which is Schedule 15. And these are ones that offer all the alternative body rubs that are out there. And this is partly what we're seeing. So as body rubs, the Municipal Act allows a municipality the opportunity to restrict where they are and actually the location. And so we have 2 in the city of Hamilton. They are actually grandfathered into their locations, and if they ever close down or don't renew their license, then they would not be allowed back into that specific zoning area. And there are zoning areas out on Dartna Road and Centennial Parkway that are the only 2 areas in the city that they're allowed. When we look at personal wellness establishments, these are a new category since 2011, and these are the ones that actually do all the alternative massages. There is no restriction and no zoning, so they're just a regular business that they can show up anywhere they want as long as it's zoned appropriately. And then we're also dealing with personal service categories. These are the spas, these are the salons that also could offer a massage as part of their business. To go back to personal wellness, the report that was written, there was 6 at the time. There are actually 9 now that are registered under Schedule 15. And personal service licenses, we have 644 throughout the city of Hamilton. So when we see this kind of sign, this is kind of what draws the neighborhood to attention. They say, "Oh my goodness, there's a massage parlor in my community," and if you notice, a lot of these they'll show the different types of massages that are offered. There is a myriad of different massage parlors, and they have different names or different activities, and they have different names for all of them. But basically, they are just a massage. So some of the challenges we have from a licensing perspective, there is a perception out there that all massage parlors are illegal. And I know that the minute you see that sign and you're going to get a call in your neighborhood say, "Oh my goodness, there's a massage parlor." These very well could be legitimate businesses. And so there's a perception in the community that any massage parlor should be illegal, but that's not the case. And as we see different cultures come into our community and different businesses open up, we're seeing much more massage parlors out there. The one thing that we are seeing is that a person will come in, because there's only 2 body rubs that are licensed by the city of Hamilton. We'll see someone register as a personal wellness. So I'm going to give them a... But unfortunately what happens is they will start offering the services of a body rub. And so that's very hard for licensing or even policing to check. Another challenge that we're seeing, and we've had direct conversation with our provincial prosecutor, is that some jurisdictions throughout Ontario will use circumstantial evidence to prove that a place is not a personal wellness, but actually a body rub. And so they'll go in and they may see different dress that a person might be wearing at the time, or different things that are in the room, oils or condoms, and they say, well, what we see here will show you that this is not a personal wellness, but this is actually a body rub. And when we talked to our prosecutor, they said, no, we want solid evidence for us to bring a case forward. So basically, what happened before is you used to have an offer, and the offer was sufficient to take to court. But now, you don't have that opportunity without an offer to actually prove that they're operating as a body rub. And our officers do not have the training to gather the evidence that is required in particular on getting the offer. They go and do inspections, and we work very closely with the police department. We do regular inspections. We've had officers go out and ensure the curfew's done. We've had officers change their shifts, so they're there at 9 o'clock at night and make sure there's no more customers after 10 o'clock at night. And they actually have gone in and done inspections looking for possible circumstantial evidence, which we, in fact, could use in the tribunal setting, but we haven't been able to find any. But for actually to go in there and to get an offer, our officers are not trained that way. And the only other thing that is one of the other challenges is the only people that know what's going on behind closed doors is the client and the attendant. And unless one of the clients wants to come forward and let us know what's happened, it's very hard to bring that kind of matter to the courts. So our current enforcement, we work very closely with the police department, and as the police will tell you, their main focus is actually in the safety of the attendants as part of the human trafficking enforcement team. They look for, we do go in and we do look for evidence of extras is there any signage? Are they offering different things? And the ones that we've actually inspected, they actually list their services in particular, but nothing that's outside of the personal wellness. We look for the address of the attendants. Are they bordering on that of a body rub versus compared to just offering potential or real massages? And we do look for evidence of condoms or sexual instruments that may show that this is not actually a body, or should I say a personal wellness facility, but actually that of a body rub. We do regular checks for violations. As I said before, we've had officers actually sit out front of suspected ones that we know that may be operating as a body rub and make sure that they're abiding by their curfew. As personal wellness, actually from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. that's the only time they're allowed to operate. And the only other regulation is they must be clean and sanitary. And we also look at that they're not allowed to advertise. So if you remember the first picture I showed you, all those were people that were clad getting massages of all the different types. But if it shows anything more provocative, that in fact would be considered more of a body rub. And they must keep all their records of all the massages they offer. And some of the enforcement we actually do, that are actually operating either as a personal wellness or as a body rub that don't have a license. And we do have one matter that's currently before the courts in relation to no license, and we have another outstanding investigation for one of those as well. And some of the things we can do, because if they don't have a license, or if in fact they're operating without a license and we have laid a charge, if they continue to operate, we can go down the road of an injunction. And we have used that authority for taverns before. We have not used it in relation to personal wellness as of yet. And we use every bylaw that's in power that we have, from sign bylaws to zoning bylaws. So some of the things that we were able to do in the past in relation to shutting down some illegal massage parlors was if we could show there was a criminal activity that happened inside, we could actually go after the owner of the premise to work towards it to shut them down. Now it's much more difficult to show criminal activity inside. Some of the results that we've had so far, that we found that all the ones that we've inspected over the last 6 months have been very clean and have been operating accordingly. Of course, we don't know what happens between that 3 or 5 minute when the door is closed, but generally speaking, the records have been right, the premises are clean, and we haven't found any evidence that would support that they are not operating accordingly. We have found 2 unlicensed locations, and we're currently working to laying charges and taking them through the courts. And we have found property standards violations. So every inspection that our officers do, they look for all the different violations under the bylaws to hold them accountable. So next steps. We have a provincial body that we speak with all licensing department throughout Ontario. Obviously, lots of conversations in relation to Uber, but this has been a hot topic for all of us too, because we have seen charges in other jurisdictions. So like London actually did some charges, and their courts are a little bit different, and they work very closely with their police department in relation to that. But most services aren't going down that road anymore. We're looking at best practices. So as we rewrite the schedules, and Monica has been very active in rewriting the schedule, we're looking at best practices for Schedule 4, which is body rubs, and Schedule 15, which is personal wellness. Now, if you provided you, there was, talk about some of the challenges, and in particular, the one challenge where Vaughan had their matters thrown out because they said the municipality were actually somewhat bordering on federal jurisdiction, as well as that there were some questions on the curfew. We have recently found a new case law in that went to Supreme Court that it says the municipality can restrict the hours of operation. So we'll be using that as we move forward to write a new policy. We have a new application process. So there's a couple that we know that are on the border, and in particular, one in Councillor Collins' area that has just changed ownership. Well, before we issued a license, we actually had a one-on-one conversation with them, and they came in and spoke with the officer and myself to talk about the rules of engagement, what the bylaw says, and what would happen, repercussions if we found they were operating outside of the current bylaw. And again, we use them in other municipal bylaws to help us enforce. Hopefully that kind of gives you an overview of some of the structure. I can tell you that we have numerous ones currently in the courts, and we have numerous ones, 644 personal service ones, and the 9 personal wellness ones. There's going to be some that are operating outside of the bylaw, and that's what our focus is. And I'm here to answer any questions, and I know Officer Detective Beck would be glad to answer any questions as well.
Thank you very much, and I do have a list. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Madam Chairman, and Ken, thanks for the presentation. I know you and Marty have been both very proactive in terms of helping me get through this issue, and I think that gray area between the borderline case that you referenced in terms of the body rub versus personal wellness. Some are operating outside of the boundaries of the getting into the body rub when we know that that's not permitted under the licensing bylaw. My question would be, I have questions, but my first question would be, how long does it take to enforce? And I know all cases are different and all situations are different. How long does it take for us, in cooperation or consultation with Hamilton Police Service, to determine whether one is or has crossed the line from being a personal wellness and gravitated into the body rub category or even beyond that?
So, through you, Madam Chair, if in fact we find we have some evidence, Crime Stopper tip, or someone said this one's working outside, then we're going to start working on the case. So we have suspected a few which we looked towards curfew violations to get in the door. We have done joint inspections on those suspected ones, and so what we need to do is find a violation, because once we find a violation, that starts the ball rolling. Unfortunately, without a violation and without a clear witness, they could take months to years. But if someone comes forward and says, this is the service I received, and you could actually use that witness and take the matter to court. But even to take a matter to tribunal, we need to have some concrete evidence that they're operating outside of the bylaw. And nothing would make me happier than to find that evidence, but right now we haven't found that. So it could take months, it could take years. The interesting thing, unlike the property standards, which actually have a specific time, if we actually find a violation, we can lay a charge immediately, and we can take a matter to tribunal immediately.
Thank you for that, Ken. And through you, Madam Chairman, you stated it several times during your presentation that our bylaw officers enforce this type of operation, and I thought that we had at one point in time sent municipal law enforcement officers into certain establishments to determine whether or not they were meeting standards of their license that they may have had. And I thought that we laid charges based on some of those past inspections. What I'm hearing now is that have we abandoned that practice and we've punted that to the police, or Have we lost that expertise and we haven't retrained people to undertake that that level of enforcement? Can you help me with the history in terms of where we've been and where we are now, through you, Madam Chair?
I think, through you, Madam Chair, I think historically, and way before I got here, that our officers actually went in to these establishments and received an offer and then tried to take that matter to court. But of course, without an officer being able to have the full training to make sure that there's backup, to make sure that they have take good notes and all that, it's a huge risk for a municipality and for licensing. Working very closely with the police department, when it used to be a criminal offense of communicate for the purpose of prostitution, the police department would assist us and we work hand in hand in that. When the law changed, there is no longer a criminal offense that occurs. And so the law actually says that the attendants can communicate for the purpose and they're not criminally responsible, right? And so you no longer have a criminal offense that's happening there. And so the police department have refocused with the change of prostitution laws. So their job is to look after the attendants as victims and be there for support and also look for human trafficking.
Councillor?
Thank you for that, and I think that's the distinction that we need to make public in terms of we used to enforce with police, with the assistance of the police, and now that's not happening because of federal legislation. I think that's a key point. I would ask, though, what prevents us from doing a joint inspection? So what I've heard in the past is that, the police were there because there were at times human trafficking issues. There were drugs on the premises. There were weapons, guns in some establishments historically. So is there a way to marry those two enforcement channels in terms of our bylaw enforcement officer may or may not be there in cooperation with the police, in terms of trying to understand whether an offer is made for the purposes of the license and possible violation with the license, and at the same time the police are there to check on other issues, and we kind of marry the two in terms of gathering enough evidence that's going to stick in court, and so we get our licensing, we get the necessary license information that we require in terms of ensuring that they are complying or not complying with their operation, or conversely, the police either find out or not whether or not there are drugs, weapons, and or human trafficking.
And through you, Madam Chair, that is exactly what's happened in the last several months. We've had some of the hot ones that we thought were outside of the bylaw, and we went in with inspections along with the police. Their focus obviously on human trafficking and drugs and weapons and human trafficking, where ours is to make sure that the place is clean and we're looking for evidence that may be running a body rub.
That's not undercover for the purposes of obtaining information for an offer from a licensing perspective.
Yeah, it's actually an inspection. It's versus not an undercover work. And we have done that, and I think the first group that we did, we found no violations. And then it was about 3 weeks ago, we did another 3, and we found significant violations. So those are the ones that are currently in the enforcement mode. So, but as you mentioned, we aren't using the multi-agency task force as we used to, because it's just a licensing and a policing issue. But we are working collectively with the police department, and every time we do these inspections, we're working with them.
Thank you. Councillor?
Yeah, I guess the frustration I have and the community has in dealing with some of these, and you've been very helpful, and where do we go from here in terms of the federal legislation has kind of left it to, it's an open season. Residential neighborhoods has become accustomed over the years to our licensing staff and our bylaw officers arm in arm with their and I'm certain your staff and you have heard anecdotal information from residents who have called to complain to say late night activity, steady stream of people in and out of there. Doesn't look like they're servicing the general population. These are specifically males going in and out. And so, all the signs are there. Pictures on the door and on the window that say otherwise, but rocket scientist in many cases. have a strong suspicion and belief that something in some of these locations, not all of them, there are some very legitimate businesses who are operating within the law and are respecting the requirements that come with their license. But it almost seems like for some of these that have strayed outside of the boundaries into that gray area, as you mentioned, it almost seems like there's no repercussion, and it's enunciated that with your presentation. It has become a very difficult task for municipalities to keep license holders in line, and frustrated by this process. So I ask a very general question: where do municipalities go from here? We're rewriting the bylaw, as I understand it. Will the rewritten bylaw provide any recourse for us other than what we already know from your presentation? And what kind of glimpses of hope do we have from other municipalities who may be further along, in Ontario or otherwise, in trying to combat this growing problem?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. You're right. There's a lot of frustration, and I think as we get more information coming forward, that will focus our officers on the attention. I know there was a couple that we heard of late night activity and working, our officers went out and also the police went out, and we actually did inspections at that time. And so, you know, when we talk to people coming, leaving from the locations, we're trying to gather as much evidence as possible. As we move forward, we're going to look at best practices, and I know as Monica writes this bylaw, you know, this last piece of legislation from the Supreme Court of Canada says you can restrict times. It is a great benefit to us because we can narrow the times down, we can narrow it down on weekends, and there is, we're allowed to do that, but we can look at, you know, that we can restrict dress in relation to public or personal wellness. We can restrict different activities or instruments they have, or jellies or oils or whatever, that we can make sure that if you're showing this, then in fact there may be a presumption there. I know there's actually a presumption in the Municipal Act that said if you advertise at all, that there's a presumption that you're actually operating as a body rub. We look for that advertisement, although it's much more difficult when you go into the back pages because it's not always the companies that advertise, and that becomes another frustration for us as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for that, and I don't expect this problem to go away. We've always had it. It will always be with us. It just seems like the pendulum has swung so far the other way that it's gone unchecked. The laws seem to be working against us. Our licensing staff, Hamilton Police Service, who are other issues, related issues to these establishments, and you've mentioned in the past, I've reiterated them today. Anyway, it seems like you know, you collectively have our work cut out for us. So I thank you for the update. I really think this was very informative. It'll help those people who have been calling my office. I understand my colleagues in other areas have similar problems. You're aware of where those locations are, and I think this education process will go a long way to try to inform the general public in terms of what the lay of the land is as it relates to federal legislation, and then certainly our relationship with the police, how enforcement activities have changed over the years in light of recent legislation.
Thank you. And I have Councillor Skelly, Councillor Conley, and myself.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thank you, Ken. Can you explain again, prostitution is not illegal and it's not a crime, but it's not legal, is that correct?
I'm going to turn it over to the expert.
Well, you've been standing there a long time. You knew we'd get to you sooner or later.
I'll help. So with the new laws, sex work for the worker is not illegal. So if anybody who's working in a hotel or that, as long as they're working on their own and not being forced to work in it, it's not illegal. But the new legislation, they're targeting Johns, who are the purchaser of sex, and pimps who are benefiting from people from the prostitution. So the worker is not, it's not illegal for them, except in certain, there's a restriction for them. So.
Dr. Beck, if you don't mind using the microphone,
Yep.
staying in front of the microphone, because we don't want to miss a word. Go ahead, Councillor.
Can a client and I'll be asking you to define body rub parlors versus massage parlors versus fronts for prostitution. Can a client involved with a sex trade worker, the sex trade worker is working legally, can a sex trade worker offer a service legally to a client?
Yes. The client's actually committing the offense.
Okay, so that is the loophole. The person who is receiving the service would then be charged.
Yes.
Is a body rub parlor legal?
If they have a license, like there's 2 in the city here. Yes.
Okay, but a body rub service is considered. What is a body rub service, first of all? How does it differ from a massage?
Really the difference between personal wellness and a body rub is that they offer the same services, but a body rub can do it in a sexy or sensual or erotic way. So they could be dressed, they could be topless, they could be nude while they're doing the massage. But they're still massaging and manipulating a person's body.
Okay, through the chair.
Thank you.
Is the client of a body rub parlor, can a client of a body rub parlor be charged?
Yeah, if he's receiving a sexual service, he could be. The client could be.
But through the chair, are not all of the body rub services illegal?
No, body rub is licensed under the Municipal Act, and our city has said 2. And so the concept is that they're just receiving a more erotic massage versus someone that just goes and gets a hot stone massage.
Atmosphere.
Okay. We'll leave it at that.
We'll leave it at that.
Been a change in, and can you or I don't know, either one of you I guess could address this. Since the change in legislation, federal legislation decriminalizing prostitution and allowing sex trade workers to engage in the trade, have we seen any changes in terms of the number of body rub parlors or any incidents, drug crime rates? Has there been any change in the industry in Hamilton since that legislation has changed?
I mean, I think through you, Madam Chair, I think the changes that we're seeing more confidence in how they advertise. I think perhaps massage parlors have always been around. We created this new schedule back in 2011 to make sure that we're capturing all the people that were doing these activities, because a lot of people were doing massages and the perception was that they're all illegal. And so, we have, a couple elderly ladies that have done aromatherapy and they've done hot stone and they're very proud of their business and they have a significant clientele. But the idea was, oh my goodness, you're a massage parlor, you must be illegal. So I think we changed the schedule to allow it. But it also opens the door a little bit for people that say, oh, I'll run one of those because there's only 2 body rubs and I really want to run a body rub. And then, of course, what happens behind closed doors, you don't know. And so that's our dilemma. You don't know what happens behind closed doors. I mean, you're certainly not going to get a search warrant and walk in on an act, but you can do the inspections and you can find out what else is happening. So traditionally, majority of people will be getting massages behind that closed door.
Thank you, Councillor.
From my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Conley.
Thank you. I guess we can do spot checks. Is that what we do? Just without announcing we're coming, we can just, I don't mean we, you can just walk into a club or whatever and check it out. Is that true?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. Any license holder we can inspect. And so because it's much easier for us to inspect these personal wellness facilities than if in fact they were an unlicensed one, because then we're starting looking at search warrants and stuff like that. So we have much more control and authority when you license a property, and it gives us authority to actually do these inspections.
And who has to be licensed? Just the people that own it, or does every have to have a license?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's a very good question. In particular, on body rubs, it's the owner, it's the business, it's the attendant, but on personal wellness, it's just the business.
Thank you, Councillor.
Just the business. Now, I know, and this is going back a long way, and it's not really to do with body rubs, but in Stony Creek, we used to have a problem with XXX movies. This is back in the 90s. And we were able to restrict them by zone. So we restricted them to more or less industrial areas or away from schools and recreation areas and things like that. Well, can we do that here? Can we restrict where they are? Where are they opening up?
Through you, Madam Chair, you are correct. We can restrict them, and we do for body rubs or any adult entertainment. You can restrict the zones. That's under the Municipal Act. But when you're talking about personal wellness, that's just a business of people doing hot stone massage or aromatherapy. It's not considered adult entertainment, and that's the restriction of the Municipal Act, the adult entertainment.
Yeah, I see. I don't think we're ever going to stop it. I think we have to do as much enforcement as we can. But when you get these massage parlors in, they're strictly neighborhoods. There's 4,000 houses around them. Maybe that's why they're there. I don't know. In a strip mall, and like Chad has one right now. It's disgusting, and people are complaining about it all the time. And we can't do anything to restrict that?
For you, Madam Chair, you have to prove that the activity is illegal. And so that's the difficulty what we have. We know that they've got a beautiful advertisement on the window. We know that they're offering these 7 different types of massages, which is all legitimate businesses. It's the extras that they offer. You got to prove that. And how do you prove that? And if you can prove it, then you can actually say you're not to be in that zone. You can lay a charge. We could take them into the court. We could go after the owner of the property. We can take them to tribunal. We can take an injunction. There's all things we can do. We got to catch them in the act.
I agree with what you're saying, but they know that too, and they're just laughing at us. They're just laughing all the way to the bank, I guess. I don't know. Really, from a society point of view, we should be disgusted with this. And ends to that we accept it. That's the way it is. But you said they can't and through the chair, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You said you can't advertise. They can't advertise but they advertise on their windows all over the place.
Thank you. Ken?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. They cannot advertise that it's adult entertainment or of erotic or sexual nature. But if you see all the advertisements on these places that are actually show massages, they're all just people getting massages and the different types, the hot stone and all that. And nothing that any other advertisement we would see if you go to a spa. So it's when it gets to the erotic or sexy kind of advertising that you can actually make that jump.
Thank you. Councillor?
Yeah. So I guess you're saying, and it's very difficult possible to rezone or zone them in different areas. If they're just a massage parlor, we can't restrict where massage parlors can or can't. We can only say it can't be within 500 yards of a recreation center or wherever kids are, parks. That'd be a big step, or a little step, I guess, to try to control our young people being exposed.
And through you, Madam Chair, the answer is if it is adult entertainment, we have the authority. But just like you could not restrict a restaurant or whatever, it has to, if it fits with a business, it's an actual business. It could be a hair salon, it could be a barber shop, it could be a tattoo parlor. we don't restrict they have specific zones that they're allowed to be in, but you can't restrict them into a postage stamps area outside of a community if it's normally a zone for business.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, but we can't we do a definition of what a massage parlor is and say it's adult entertainment? Because surely it's not children or anything going in there. Strictly adult entertainment. And you can use your own imagination what adult entertainment is. You could be playing euchre, but it's just adults. So couldn't we try to...
I love the analogy.
You like it?
I thought that was good.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, can't we make an attempt to do it? I think it's just they're running roughshod over us. They don't care about the public. They care about getting their money. And it's obvious that there must have be a big demand for it because there's a ton of them out there and there's hard people using them. And it's kind of disgusting when you think of it like that, to try to control the people going in. But our society is going down the tube. Something to restrict kind of entertainment, and I don't have the answers. I'm just...
I think Ken probably would like to do this
half
as
of
well.
my talking is just frustration on what we can't do. You know, you drive down the street, oh, there's another one. Oh, there's another one over there, you know. And it just seems... I guess we do check on IDs when we go in there, make sure the attendants are of age. That'd be, 18, I guess?
Yeah, when we do our checks with bylaw, we're looking for numerous bylaw infractions, criminal offenses. We check for IDs, and we're looking for everything, right? At those
IDs
establishments.
is 18 and over, or 21, or
18,
what is it? 18? And okay. Oh, never mind, I don't want to get into that.
And then when you have like the licensed body rubs, you have to have each person working there has to have a body rub license, and then a manager has to have a license too as well, who's running it.
But that's not the majority of the...
No, there's only 2 in the city.
I got 2 in Hamilton, right? Okay, thank you very much, I appreciate it here.
Thank you, and I got Councillor Johnson as a new speaker.
Thanks very much. I'm just going to make an informational statement rather than ask a question. And I think it's important, since we're talking about sex work and the sex laws, to have clear legal information just sort of stated for everyone's reference. When the Supreme Court of Canada decriminalized sex work, it was motivated by a number of concerns, which it tied into the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Above all, in decriminalizing sex work, the Supreme Court is concerned for the safety of women. We know that women make up the vast majority of sex workers. We know that sex work puts women in danger. They can be robbed and beaten by their pimps and by their johns, and because of the criminal laws, sex workers often and most of the time feel unable to go to the law, to go to the police in order to get justice when they've been robbed or beaten or otherwise exploited. So I just think it's important to say that and to let the public know that our council knows why the law is changing. We're changing the law in Canada to decriminalize sex workers because we value the safety of women. There are other factors too. Councillor Collins referred to the fact that drugs and guns and other kinds of crime are often tied into sex work. So in decriminalizing sex work, we create transparency. We create opportunities for police to go in and get at the drugs and guns and other problems that are so often tied in with sex work. So the reason I'm stating this is I think it's important that as we craft the right solution in terms of zoning and in terms of licensing for how to regulate sex work, we just have to keep in mind why the law is changing. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And I put myself down. Councillor Pearson, if you could take the chair. Ken, I'm going to go back to the original couple of slides that you brought in, that there are 3 types of massage licensed businesses in Hamilton. The first one is a massage by a registered massage therapist, licensed by the province. This is someone who went to school, got a certificate, and is now licensed. Got it. Then it was massage done by someone who is not an RMT, personal wellness service establishments. So my question is, for public safety, anyone can work under a personal wellness services establishment, whether they have their RMT certificate or not?
That is correct, through you, Madam Chair. A lot of the workers in these personal wellness that do the hot stone massage or a reflexology, they may have taken alternative courses, so not provincially regulated or mandated. And certainly in this the last group that actually came forward for renewal of license, they actually brought in their license. They said, or their certificate, this is what I've learned, this is my training. Unfortunately, some of these are 3 days of training, some are a week training, some are a month training, but it's not provincially regulated. But they do have some kind of training that they can say, yeah, this is my education and this is what allows me to do what I'm doing, and that's why I'm going to provide these services.
Thank you, and that concerns me. It really does. For anybody who's been in the medical field with chiropractors and massages and et cetera, that really concerns me because there could be more harm done than good. We require estheticians and hairdressers and anybody else who touches a body part out there has to have a license or be certified somehow, and yet this is not one of them. So that really concerns me. Another question that I had, because I've been writing fast and furious here, so just bear with me. So, there's only Dartnell and Centennial Parkway that have permissible areas for adult entertainment. Is the public health involved in any of this as well? Because again, coming back to public safety, Detective Beck, his idea is criminal drugs and human trafficking. Yours is whether or not it's zoned properly. What about the public safety and health of the community?
So through you, Madam Chair, the public health is very much involved with the inspection of body rubs. So they do regular inspections and there's actually a fee charged to them. On personal wellness or on personal services like hair salons, tattoo parlors and all that, they do inspections for that. Unfortunately, when the section was created or the schedule was created in relation to Schedule 15, which is personal wellness or alternative massages, a health inspection was not done. And actually, we're in conversation right now with public health as we modernize that they need to be included. And so we're going to be looking at that.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I've been hearing you say often, like the hot rock stone massage. Anyone who has had that, it is very, very hot. The stones are very, very hot. To put this in the hands of somebody who is not qualified and someone who does not have the proper training, again, I keep coming back to that comment that it really concerns me that we don't have that enforcement. So. Oftentimes, the residents assume the city is responsible for everything. And we get all these calls coming into our office from everything from a tree branch hanging over to a person who gives massage and actually can cause harm onto the body. So if we're looking at trying to regulate and trying to put all the checks and balances in place for those who are qualified versus those who are not, is there any recommendation coming forward that anyone who provides a massage should have the proper certification?
Through you, Madam Chair, the question is, what is the exact qualification? So the province has something for qualified massage therapists, and they go through years of school and all that. But when someone is trained on alternative medicine, that may have come from another country that carries this and they want to carry on this business, it becomes a business. And so they'll say, these are my qualifications. It's not recognized by the province. I took a year of training in whatever, or I took a week of training, or I took a day of training. And so it's a matter of who establishes that. So provincially, they don't recognize recognize it, but they have a certification from some college or some place that say we're allowed to do that. So these are things that we need to consider as we rewrite the bylaw. And the one thing we talked about is the Schedule 15 was put together fairly quickly, and it was because there was a need. But I think we can take some of the things that we've learned along the way, and maybe we need to be licensing the attendants too. And so that's some of the recommendations we're looking at as we move forward. Because right now, only the business is licensed, and the attendants are not. But in a body rub, the attendants all receive licenses as well.
And thank you for that. I think it's really for public safety and for the comfort level of all the residents who go into these establishments it's a regular massage place, but because it's under the personal wellness umbrella, anybody could do the job, and that concerns me. So I'll leave that with you. Thank you, and I'll take the chair back. Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Seeing no other speakers, so can I please have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Conley, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor? Thank you. And also we need to have a motion to receive the staff report. Councillor Collins and Councillor Johnson, thank you. All those in favor. And Detective Beck, thank you for your time. I also need to regress and go back to 6.3 to get an approval of all the delegations that came forward. I don't think that we missed that part. So just housekeeping, please. Councillor Collins, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor for receiving all the delegations for 6.3. All those in favor? Thank you. 8.1, addition of ants to the definition of pests in the Property Standards Bylaw, PED 16109. Any questions? Councillor Collins.
I just wanted to thank Kelly and Marty for helping with this. This request came from the Tyndale Tenant Association, and now, as the report indicates, the bylaw will now include ants, so I appreciate the assistance of both Marty, Kelly, and others.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Collins is moving it. Councillor Farr is seconding it. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Status of food truck industry in Hamilton, PED 16122. This is also Ken. Any questions or comments? Councillor Collins.
And I had asked for this one as well, and I wanted to thank Ken and Adam for assisting with this. I think with the report, and it's a small one and a brief one, it clearly illustrates we have a very successful and thriving food truck industry here in the city. And as the report also indicates, others are legislation based on what we have come up with here in Hamilton. So it's a good news story. And I know there was a lot of apprehension and concern from bricks and mortar restaurants at the time when we passed the bylaw. As you recall, Madam Chairman, we had a long lineup of delegations who were opposed or shared their concerns. And thankfully, some of the concerns, most of the concerns, if not all of them, have not transpired over the years. In fact, we've seen a good, healthy working relationship between restaurants and the food truck industry. We've seen food trucks open up brick and mortar restaurants, and we've seen the reverse, restaurants open up food trucks. So thanks to Ken and his staff for the information here, and thanks to Marty and others who, at the time, were instrumental in coming up with the original bylaw that was passed and has been successful ever since.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
Yeah, and thanks to the mover. I've worked on a few motions with Councillor Collins over the years. I was very proud of this one. Obviously, here in the downtown with the overabundance, and nothing wrong with that, of bricks and mortar restaurants. We had much to dialogue about in preparation, during, and following with this particular bylaw, in particular the downtown BIA, working closely with them before, during, and after, and their downtown promenade, where they featured food trucks in a very big way. And that is a very, very successful, ongoing, very, very successful promenade event, Wednesdays through Fridays, in the weekday afternoon periods during the summer. Hundreds, thousands, in fact, office workers and others congregate to Gore Park, although the location this year is under construction. But we'll look forward to that pedestrianized and even more so greater feel of bringing people together in the heart of our city at Gore Park with the good work of the BIA, who were supportive of this as well. I'm absolutely impressed that it's probably exceeded our expectations from that debate. 112, just to verify through you to Marty or Ken, I don't know what number paragraph, but is this Hamilton alone when we say that the food truck industry continues to evolve? 109 food service vehicles being licensed to date?
Thank you. Ken?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. We've seen, and that was at the time of the report, we're probably going to be over last year's number again as well. Great interest right across Ontario to come to Hamilton. They know that we're food truck friendly, and it's been great for our festivals.
Thank you. Councillor?
And as reference to watch food trucks evolve, they become so popular, they make international news, and then they become bricks and mortar restaurants themselves. And as this report indicates, there's 5 that's where that evolution has occurred. So it's almost a reverse of the argument we had earlier. Very, very impressed, very proud of Hamilton. We were ahead of the game, and it's great to see other jurisdictions coming to us and asking, hey, how'd you do that? And we want to do the same thing. Finally, through you to Ken, there's a few almost suggestions here. I don't think we need to move anything, but I'm happy to work with Councillor Collins and staff where we're seeing this report near the end. We may need to work on developing a weekend festival pass. That would be beneficial, as the report suggests, for some of the operators that come from out of town. Festival organizers would also like to see a more streamlined process for approvals. Those sorts of recommendations are in this report. I don't think we need a direction or a motion, but just for the record, thank you for adding that. And if there's ways we can help you, through you to Ken, please let us know.
Thank you.
Through you to Ken, if he could respond.
Ken?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Something that I do want to say is that we have created a direct line to Officer Palmieri, who is our number 1 person for food trucks. So we have a mobile unit now that looks after taxis, limos, and food trucks and anything that's mobile. And when somebody wants to come to Hamilton or get a license on food trucks, we will walk them through it, hold their hand. We're the ambassadors there, and this is a new process that we're offering now. So when a new company wants to come in, we'll walk them right through it and help them. So I think a lot of the suggestions we'll be able to put into the new bylaw.
Councillor? Thank you. This is a good time to publicize Wheel Wednesdays in no. Thank you. Councillor Collins, coming back to you to move. Received and seconded by Councillor Farr. All those in favor? Thank you. We're on to 8.3, folks. And this is the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee Report 16-005. This was an added item. The executive summary of the Cultural Heritage Impact Assessment, the former Anglican Church of St. Thomas Personage, 18 West Avenue South, respecting item 1 of the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee Report 16-005. Copy is attached. So, members of the committee, we're now considering this item. May I first have a motion to receive added item 8.3A, which is the executive summary of the Cultural Heritage Impact Assessment. Just a reminder that a copy of the entire impact assessment is available online. Councillor Pearson, move to receive. Thank you. Councillor Pasuta seconding it. All those, wait a minute. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. We also have 2 written comments, 8.3I and 8.32. May I have a motion to receive the added written comments, please? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Farr. All those in favor? Thank you. Sorry?
And on requesting in that comment, one is requesting in the 2 submissions that we don't receive what we just received. I think we'll hopefully find that that really has no bearing.
Right.
As we
it just means we have them in our little hands.
As we participate here in committee with the delegates about to
So before we
come
hear
before us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry. Before hearing the delegations, did staff wish to provide a brief verbal overview of the Heritage Committee report? I'm sorry? You want to after? Oh, okay. I just asked if staff wished to. So, thank you. Okay, thanks, Councillor Pearson. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, just to provide a bit of background on why this is coming forward to this planning committee today. So as part of a formal consultation application which was considered in February earlier this year, staff identified a requirement for a cultural heritage impact assessment because the formal consultation was proposing demolition of the parsonage to accommodate a minimum of a 16-unit affordable housing development. So recognizing that staff had significant concerns about the demolition of the former parsonage, the applicants moved to complete the Cultural Heritage Impact Assessment early, so in advance of submitting their actual development application, because they wanted to seek input from the Hamilton Heritage Committee, as well as this committee regarding the cultural heritage value. So just to provide a very brief summary of the findings that was in the Cultural Heritage Impact Assessment, in case you haven't had a chance to go through it. So the Heritage Impact Assessment did an evaluation of the cultural heritage value and the proposed development, which includes demolition. So the Heritage Impact Assessment identified that the property does meet criteria in terms of having cultural heritage value, and it has significant historical value or its association with the St. Thomas Church, which is right adjacent to this property and is designated under Part 4 of the Heritage Act, as well as for it's believed to have been built by the significant Hamilton architect Albert Harvey Hills, who's responsible for a number of other residential and religious institutional buildings here in Hamilton. It's also considered to be architecturally significant as an example of a Gothic revival style that specifically incorporates elements of religious residential architecture, and as well as to have it has a high level of craftsmanship both externally and internally with several features inside. And lastly, it has contextual value in its original location with its proximity to St. Thomas Church, which is directly adjacent. So the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee at their last meeting reviewed this Cultural Heritage Impact Assessment and concurred with the findings of the Heritage Impact Assessment in that the property does display significant cultural heritage value to warrant designation under the Heritage Act. And so that's why you see this recommendation in front of you today to consider moving forward designating this property and issuing a notice of intention to designate.
Thank you very much. So any questions or comments right at this time for the staff? Councillor Farr.
Just again, to reiterate, please, I heard that it was much sooner than normal that the proponents of this affordable housing project took the initiative to get this.
Thank you.
Through Madam Chair, that is correct. It's coming in advance of an actual development application, so they wanted to seek input from the Heritage Committee and Planning Committee as to whether or not there was an appetite to designate the property.
Thank you, Councillor.
Just to that as a comment, I appreciate your work and of course the work of Alyssa Golden, who helped with this file initially. We'll learn more from the delegates, so I won't go on too much, but there is another side to this. It's one that involves conversations that have happened within the neighborhood with this councillor, with the former heritage planner, as you know. And this is part of the evolution, and very respectfully part of the evolution when you're dealing with the good people of the Heritage Committee. But I look forward to hearing what the delegates have to say, and I encourage my colleagues around this table to listen carefully.
Thank you very much. So at this time, I would like to call on Luke Johns. I'm assuming it's Johns and not John. Thank you, because it's written two different ways here, so I want to make sure I got it right.
Good afternoon. My name is Luke Johns. I'm representing Tim Welch Consulting, who's hired on behalf of Sacajawea Nonprofit Housing. So a little bit about Sacajawea, a long-standing social housing provider in Hamilton. The organization has a conditional offer to purchase 18 West Avenue South from Good Shepherd. And over the past 6 months has completed a number of studies identified in the formal consultation that was held on February 3rd. Sacajawea's goal is to build new affordable rental housing, specifically one and two bedroom units, a total of 16 units in a stacked townhouse form. The proposed development will help address a significant gap in affordable housing units for individuals and small families of First Nations households. Tim Welch has been retained as development consultant for this project. Sacajawea and TWC has been recently completed another development, the sixplex on Main Street in Ray. This was a sixplex that involved an extensive renovation of a vacant property. Residents moved in on March 1st, 2016. The City of Hamilton was a partner in this development and provided a corridor loan to enhance the exterior and some interior features of the building. Through this partnership, a vacant property was revitalized and 6 Aboriginal households were able to move into new energy efficient homes. Sacajawea is able to further create 16 apartments at 18 West Avenue South. The property is south on Main Street between Wellington and Victoria, located just east of downtown in the Stinson neighborhood, Ward 2. Given the rising cost of land in Hamilton, it took TWC and Sacajawea many months to find a suitable property. 18 West Avenue is an ideal size for the scale of development Sacajawea wants to build, and is located close to a variety of amenities such as grocery shopping, parks, Des Droits de Desnes, Aboriginal Health Access Center, schools, government services, and retail. Importantly, land is zoned multi-residential. It doesn't stay in the brief here, but I'm sure as a planning committee you understand the complexity of finding the proper zoning and not have to go through the zoning amendment process is costly and takes a long time. So this property is suitable for that. The location of this property is also well served by public transit, the current Main and King Street buses, and the future light rail transit. Another positive of this property is the seller is also a nonprofit housing provider, so understands the challenges of finding and securing appropriate new affordable housing. The property is expected to transfer ownership in June of this year. Since the organization's formal consultation, the planning staff Sacajawea has completed the cultural impact assessment, phase 1 and phase 2 archaeological study, as well as an environmental assessment. Based on the findings of the cultural heritage impact assessment, the heritage resource, Sacajawea is opposed to the recommendation to designate the site. Sacajawea's plan is to carry out the purchase of the property and demolish the building and build affordable housing. These objectives support the official plan goals of the City of Hamilton in creating new affordable housing, as well as the city's 10-year housing and homelessness plan. Sacajawea's proposed development also supports the general planning goals of intensification adjacent to LRT routes. We do recognize that this proposal is at odds with the general heritage goals being discussed today. The option to conserve all or part of the former Anglican Church of St. Thomas parsonage within the new development proposed by Sacajawea is not possible for a number of reasons, and these reasons are: the existing building is set back on the site and is therefore not conducive of being integrated into a new design. The proponent needs to achieve the development of at least 16 apartments in order to create a financially viable economies of scale for the new development. Retaining the existing building prevents this. The existing building does not meet present-day fire code and accessibility standards, and the cost to meet these standards in an adaptive reuse scenario would exceed the organization's budget for this project. And I do have to say that the fire code and accessibility standards are some of the things that are not grandfathered in, so you have to bring them up to code. The proponent is not committed to conserving all or part of an existing parsonage, given the church's history of colonialism with regard to First Nations. Once the property is transfers ownership from Good Shepherd with council approval, Sacajawea plans to demolish the building and proceed with constructing new affordable rental housing. Sacajawea has paid to complete the studies documenting the cultural heritage and archaeological attributes of the site. With financial assistance from the city, Sacajawea is willing to complete preservation by record of the former parsonage. We urge members of the committee to reject designation the property and support moving forward with the creation of needed affordable housing for First Nations residents in Hamilton. I did also want to point out some findings that we have based on Statistics Canada, and the Aboriginal population in Hamilton significantly outpaced the city's population growth between 2001 and 2011. Hamilton's population grew by 3.9% compared to the city's Aboriginal population of 65%. Given the overall demand for affordable housing and a growing Aboriginal population in the city of Hamilton, the proposed new affordable rental development will help address current community needs by using the equity derived from the selling eight of the existing houses. Sackaway Nonprofit Housing Inc. has a good opportunity to redirect limited housing resources to address significant community housing needs. The proposed development also meets targets laid out in the city's 10-year housing and homelessness plan and meets intensification objectives of the city's growth plan.
Thank you, and I understand that Alan's with you today. I'm assuming
I'm
that...
sorry, Alan's...
Sorry, Alan. Do you want to be Alan today? So this is Tim?
This is Tim Welch from Tim Welch Consulting.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Any questions right now at this time for the presenters? Seeing none, I'm going to call... Thank you very much for coming and waiting so patiently. Alan, I so apologize. It's been too long. I haven't seen you. Yeah, I think you're right. Without the gambling, of course.
Thank you very much for indulging me in able to speak with you today. I'm way over here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Say that.
My notes say good morning. Obviously, we're well beyond that. Thank you. I'm going to try not to go over some of the same material that was previously presented, but there is some overlap, but I'll try and focus on some other aspects if I can. I sort of wanted to cover in one is the actual cultural heritage assessment report, which I'm going to by and large say I think paints a very rosy picture of this particular building. I mean, we have maintained it well, but it does not have any sort of original floor finishes. All the original ceilings are not present. The wood is heavily painted. So it's a very nice building. We have kept it up. But it is not a treasure like some other buildings that I've worked with. And I would use our Fearman House as an example on 90 Stinson. I really want to then maybe focus a little bit more on the practicality of being able to reuse this particular building. And then secondly, I think sort of some of the bigger picture items that understandably were not part of the consideration of the Heritage Committee, because I appreciate that the committee itself is focused on that single issue of heritage. This site is zoned for multi-unit residential, which allows for a range of uses, and it is also in the official plan designated for multi-use residential. The interior of this building could theoretically be converted into several apartments, by my estimate maybe 4. But this would require the virtual destruction of the building in order to accomplish that. And one of the prime features that I think the report identifies is the the lovely railing that is currently still in the building. But I suspect anything that I've dealt with in terms of building renovations these days and current issues around the fire code is that railing would have to disappear. This is a combustible building. It does not meet the fire code standards in terms of once you move beyond a single residence, this is a particular issue. And unfortunately, this is a growing issue for our community in terms of heritage preservation. You would have to install new bathrooms, new kitchens. The report makes mention of a kitchen and a couple of bathrooms, but if you went in there, you would not see them as a kitchen or as bathrooms that you would use. Again, I think probably the easiest use for it would be as a family residence. But if you look at where this particular building is situated, to the north, yes, first of all, there's a very busy lane, and there's the church that's been listed. But beyond that, you have First Place, which towers over from the north. To the west, you have a series of 4- and 5-story apartment buildings. To the south, you have a very not well-maintained, I would argue, multi-residential property, and from the front door, you get to stare at the Canadian Tire parking lot. So it's not going to be the kind of thing that somebody, you hear about the lovely people coming from Toronto wanting, great buys in Hamilton. I don't think this is it where they would sink their money in to it. It can be continued to be used as offices for a nonprofit such as ours. We've outgrown this space. We can't continue to use this space as it currently exists. But I suspect, given where this is at in the life cycle of the building, it will require major upgrades to the existing system. So new roof, new mechanical, new electrical, new plumbing are probably what's going to be required, not to mention the finishes. And I can't imagine any charity really wanting to invest their resources, their limited resources, in making that kind of statement. I think the suggestion that was in the report, which called for, there were several perhaps, but the one that really stood out to me was, well, maybe we could just build a, L-shaped structure around the existing building. Aside from the viability of doing that, which I think is very limited from a financial point of view, it would then mean that the building itself would be hidden from the road. So what would be the purpose in doing that? And then I think, again, you may get into separation issues between how far does that building need to be from the existing building, because, as I say, the existing building is a combustible structure. Good Shepherd has done a number of rehabilitation projects, restoration projects, and I'm happy to talk about that, but I'm going to leave it there. I think really the bigger issue here, and this is why it's at Planning Committee, because it is where the bigger issues I think come into play here, is the fact that this community has a critical shortage of affordable housing, and I think that's been well recognized by this current council, that it's a priority, that we must find ways to build affordable housing. And here we have a provider that's leveraging its assets in order to accomplish that. It's not a huge project. It's not going to, replace the Ken Sobel Towers or anything else like that in the community, but it is something, it's a contribution that meets a specific need. I think related to this is what's happening to so many tenants in our community is that they're being forced out of what is currently or has been affordable housing, and where are they going? Recently, I was at a workshop with many real estate and development professionals, and one realtor reluctantly mentioned that the standard response in their office around where will all these people go was Windsor. Because the perception is that Windsor is that affordable compared to Hamilton now. This project meets many provincial policy objectives in terms of intensification, in terms of providing affordable housing. It's well situated in terms of being close to public transit and those kinds of things. And not only that, but it's a development that actually respected the zoning bylaw, respected the official plan, and involved the community in this, and respected their wishes as part of this. And so, to the best of my knowledge anyways, and Councillor Farr, I'm sure could correct me if I'm wrong on that point, this is something that the neighborhood actually supports. And with that in mind, I think, this, like you had many conversations here today about, people needing this, rezoning, or how does it fit in with the official plan? Well, this is one that when they met with the city staff and they said, well, this is the most you could build without requiring an official plan change, they respected that and incorporated that into their plans. So I just want to, and I think one final point, and this is the one thing that's troubled me so much from a personal perspective on this, is when the church was designated approximately 25 years ago, and the linchpin that many people are hanging their hat on about this is this being the parsonage for the church. Why wasn't it included then? Why didn't the church include the parsonage if they thought it was a significant item to be part of our built heritage? And so I've probably talked long enough, so I'll leave it there.
Thank you. And Councillor Pearson, if you could take the chair just for a second. Alan, oftentimes I hear about nonprofits who obtain good properties, and usually it's through a benefactor. And there's some stipulations that are given to them from that benefactor to make sure the gift is carried through as per their wishes. How did the Good Shepherds obtain this property?
We were able to obtain this particular property through funding from the province.
So it was a willing buyer, willing seller?
Correct.
It wasn't a benefactor? It wasn't somebody who willed it to you and said, Alan, God forbid if you ever...
No, and we have a development that we're working with city staff on that will come back here at some point of a very significant heritage property that we'll be working to incorporate.
And you
which
did
has those kind of conditions. So,
Okay.
sorry.
You did talk about reuse a little bit, because that was one of the questions I was going to have, and you said that nothing's original on the inside, but you did mention a railing.
Yes.
So, gotcha. There's nothing inside that suggests for 1 minute that this shows you what it was used for 100 years ago, et cetera.
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that. All I was trying to do was indicate that this is not a building that when you walk into it, you say, wow. You know, it's guys, or even has potential. Like when I look at what we did with the Fearman House, it was physically in far worse condition than what this building is today. But the potential to, refinish the floors, to use the ceilings that were still there, or to reincorporate items into that building and add on to it in a creative way, there was potential there, whereas this one has lost much of that.
Thank you. And my last question, and I probably should have asked Luke, and I apologize. The plan is to take down both the church and the parsonage?
No, this does not involve the church whatsoever.
Thank you. That was my question. I appreciate that. We usually, with the Heritage Committee, we usually get pictures, and I'm very, very literal. So thank you very much. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Pearson.
I don't have a question of Alan. I will of staff after. Thank you.
Thank you. So, any questions for the presenter? Can we move to receive? Move to receive. Councillor Farr, Councillor Skelly. Thank you, Alan. All those in favor? Thank you. So, folks, may I have a motion may I have a motion right now to put 8.3 on the table, and we can go from there. Is it? No, it's not. Councillor Farr, Councillor Collins, all those, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Farr. Actually, Councillor Pearson, if you don't mind, had her hand up first.
Sorry, go ahead, absolutely.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to ask through you to Chelsea. Chelsea, there was a very good question that was raised by Alan with regards to the parsonage and the church. Do we have any records as to why Heritage Committee in Hamilton 25 years ago only designated the church and not the parsonage?
Madam Chair, no, unfortunately, our files are silent in terms of the parsonage. I'm not aware of any discussion that occurred at the time of including that in the designation bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor.
And the church, if I could through you, Madam Chair, I just want to clarify, the church is still operating as a church, correct?
Through Madam Chair, yes, so it's still operating as a church, not the same St. Thomas Anglican Church, but I believe a different Pentecostal congregation.
One other question, sorry, Madam Chair, if I could. And you have to understand, this came to Heritage Committee that I'm a member of, as far as the report, the report that was done by the consulting agency for the nonprofit housing. So this was their directive to bring this forward, and it recommended supporting the designation of heritage of this building. So I guess through you, Madam Chair, I just want to ask, do we have an idea when this was turned over, when the province acquired this particular piece of property? And into the provincial hands is what I'm understanding, and then got sold. And Madam Chair, while she's looking that up, it's a very, very lengthy report that we received. I'm sorry I didn't bring it with me today.
Chelsea, but just the indulgence of this committee, I think Alan has some background for that as well.
Through Madam Chair, the report indicates that Good Shepherd acquired the property on July 18th, 2001.
Thank you. Alan's saying yes.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Farr.
I have no questions for staff, but to your direction, I was going to move that we deny the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee report recommendation 1, and I'd like to speak to that at the appropriate time.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Collins.
Seconder,
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Farr.
Much appreciated. I do this out of the greatest respect, again, for the Heritage Committee. There's a whole lot to this, and certainly this designation move by the committee and the committee members ultimately is well-founded and based on facts that not only the committee came up with, but the proponents of this wonderful affordable housing project as well through the work of their consultants. So that's fine. This is one of those issues, again, where, you know, you've got the scale and you have to make a decision. In this community, we've come across this here in Ward 2 time and time again, and it's a close call, but having worked on this for some months now with the Sacajawea folks, with Good Shepherd, and with the community, I put forward this motion seconded by Councillor Collins delicately and with the greatest of respect to the Municipal Heritage Committee. Together, the Sacajawea reps who are behind this project, this much-needed project, I don't need to get into great detail as to the need. We all understand that, particularly this term of council and all the work we've done this term of council as it results, and we continue to do as it reflects on affordable housing. But we went to a Stinson Neighborhood Association meeting. It's probably about 2 or 3 months ago. And while Alan from Good Shepherd, our second delegation, had referenced that it was endorsed, I wouldn't be able to say that. There was no vote confirmed. There was zero dissension. There was, in fact, just one, and there was a well-attended Stinson neighborhood meeting, and they were on the agenda, Sacajawea reps, to talk about just this. I had facilitated it months before, and so it led to this conversation. And I would suggest no dissension and only the one question near the end about the heritage aspect of this home. And it's funny, you would think there's a lot of beautiful properties here in Ward 2. This one it's hidden away, essentially, if you're looking at it to the west behind a Canadian Tire, some bigger buildings to the south. It's tucked on its own lot in a precarious spot for this kind of concept of dual development or severancing, because it's way in the back corner and the street is way up front. And so, but the question came, and I have to conclude, because I'm going to be brief. To me, this is something that we've done a lot of work in advance on, and again, respecting the Heritage Committee. The good people of Sacagawea's answer was, what about our heritage? This is an old area. There is some heritage that goes back well beyond 1870, and we all quite respected and appreciated that answer because it really did reflect the theme of heritage. And then I had the opportunity to speak more to that theme later on with the good folks who have this idea that, again, tackles in a very small way an affordable housing issue that's relevant to our First Nations people, a growing, in fact, the fastest growing demographic in the city of Hamilton, as our first presenter presented very well as other facts that were presented on behalf of a consultant. We don't get to see that often. Did a very good job. So there is more to heritage, much more than just bricks and mortar in this argument. And that's why, while it is not heavily weighed to one side on this decision-making scale, I would have to go with the opportunity in this case for a greatly desired form of affordable housing. And I thank the delegates, and I think their ability to communicate with us at all levels, including funding their own heritage assessment, notwithstanding the outcome, working with the community and working with this councillor.
Thank you. And Councillor Pearson, you had your hand up too.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the previous speaker, and this isn't an easy decision on both of us on the opposite sides of the table today. As a member of Heritage Committee, we had the report, as I stated earlier. It was brought forward by their own nonprofit housing consultant in support of the heritage of this building, and this is a tough one, I understand, and I. Councillor Farr, heritage is more than bricks and mortar, but bricks and mortar are what we can't replace once it's torn down. That the committee always looks at, and I know it was mentioned in here by one of the residents that wrote in that, well, there's a parsonage in Flamborough, there's a parsonage in Binbrook, but what other parsonages are there still standing in Hamilton? I find it concerning because it's just, as I said, just came to Heritage Committee last meeting, and no one went back to say, are there any adaptive possibilities? And we've had opportunities in the past where there have been. Councillor Farr is fully aware of situations where they've been able to possibly add on the back and change things in the building. Most agreeable in looking at stuff like that, as long as we maintain some of the historical context of what was there before. So, I'm reservedly saying that I'm going to stand by the Heritage Committee's position on this, and I stand by it. I certainly sympathize with the group. There's a lot of other properties in the downtown area. Just because there's high rises all around doesn't mean it. I just wanted to put those 2 points forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other questions? There's a motion on the floor to deny the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee's recommendation number 1 by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Collins. All those in favor? Any of those opposed? Voted as opposed, Councillor Pearson. Thank you. Carried. Okay, so now we're on to motions. Seeing none. Notices of motions. Any notices of motions, folks? Seeing none. Mr. Thorne, general information. We did meet your new staff this morning and sent them right off to work afterwards. So that was Steve that made us do that.
Through the chair, just very quickly to remind committee that throughout this week and next, consultations happening on the commercial mixed-use zoning bylaw, various locations across wards 1 through 4. Open houses looking at the commercial mixed-use as well as the transit-oriented zoning.
Okay, thank you. Any questions to Mr. Thorne? Thank you, Councillor Farr.
I was just say a comment. Happy Tourism Hamilton Week, I guess it is, through you to the General Manager.
Sorry?
Is it Tourism Week?
Yes.
Through the chair, that's right. It's Tourism Week, and that's why I was a little late this morning, because I was on CHML Radio with the mayor this morning talking about the importance of tourism to economic development.
I heard for about 360 million. Is that correct? Or
369, I believe, was the number in direct spend. Yes.
Very, very impressive.
Yes,
Good work
it is.
by our tourism folks.
Thank you, and we're going to miss Sue Monarch very much. May I have a motion, please, to amend the outstanding business list as outlined in item 11.1A and B? Moved by Councillor Connolly, second by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Councillor Collins. May I have a motion to adjourn? All those in favor?